I suppose we'll do a viewer game analysis again because there's a huge backup on Discord. There's probably like 40 games there. So I don't know how many we can do, but we'll do some of them. Yay, trying to learn subscribed. I like that because then I get money. Yay, 33 months. That is a good streak. You're fighting with Adam Wallace for first. Oh yeah, I wanted to wipe my glasses. I haven't done that in like 4 days. You just deleted a few of them. I like your dyslexic spelling of deleted. That's funny, actually. Detailed. So I'm confused about something, and I hope somebody here can help me. I'm going to find out. So I guess I have the wrong person. I don't know. Maybe like 2 years ago, maybe a year ago, I saw a video or a picture of, well, what I thought was Dan Smith playing Fedor Holtz chess. And my understanding was they're both about 2,000, maybe a little higher. And then Fedor's been posting on Twitter all week that he's 1,200 on chess.com and he's not 2,000. So now either I imagined all of that, which seems unlikely, or Dan Smith was playing somebody else and I thought it was Fedor Holtz. And I'm confusing Fedor Holtz with the guy. The guy's a good poker player and he's like 2,000. So I'm confused now. Or they're punking me, they're tricking me, and his chess.com rating has nothing to do with his actual strength. It's also possible. So there's a lot of possibilities here. And I'm just wondering if Fedor Holtz was the guy that Dan Smith was playing, like on a real board with, real pieces, not on the internet. So I'm confused. The guy that I thought was 2,000 is 1,200? Usually it's the other way around. Or wait a minute. No, that's right. Man, this isn't good. I'm cleaning them and I think they're getting dirtier. Like Trump world over here. Wow, this is just looking worse. This is like playing over your games. Trying to make it look good and it's bad. Wow. That doesn't look better at all. Maybe I'm not good at this. God, no matter how I look, maybe I can't see, so the fact that it's clean makes it dirty to me. That's probably what it is. All right, well, I tried, and I failed miserably. The lesson is never try. It's been no bullet games. Hello, always delete. How'd the trip go? It was good. It was a lot of driving. I'll fly next time. Delete. Glad you could play tonight. Oh. You're back. Trying to cheat. Good. Marietta Day, where you been? Where have you been, Pietro? I haven't seen you in like 3 months, or maybe I'd see you every day and I don't know. It's also possible. That's right. They claimed on Twitter that Benjamin's the first player to win the junior, the regular championship, and the senior, or as you guys call it, the U.S. Open. Yeah, go Ben. Bradford 61 subscribed. Hooray. Okay, I'll have to refresh. And then I have to read my texts. Okay. Yeah, so of course, my mom's been in the ICU for a while. And I was planning on visiting, a week before. She's at a place, like a long-term care facility. And I was going to visit her there. And it's hard to visit because of COVID. They don't let you visit. You got to make appointments, and they canceled the appointments. Anyway, so then she went into the ER, or not the ER, went into the ICU, then the step-down ICU, and then I was going to visit her there. Then she went back to the ICU, and she's hooked up to everything. It's unfortunate. She has a lot of IVs and a ventilator. So, of course, when I got there, she just had tubes in her and a ventilator. And I saw her 5 times in the 3 days that I was there. And, she just lays there. So, of course, as soon as I left, then about 4 hours later, she opened her eyes and saw my brother. And then today they took the ventilator off, and then later in the day she's talking. So when I was there, nothing. She doesn't even know I was there, but I saw her. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but it got better when I left, so maybe I should leave more. I don't know. So she's off the ventilator, her eyes are open, and she was talking to my brother. And when I was there, it was the opposite. So, you know, she went from like playing chess like you guys to playing like, you know, Jeffrey Zhang, except the hospital was cheating. All right, level 3 train doesn't make any sense. I don't understand how we have a level 3 train. How do we have a level 3 train? What happened? I must have missed a lot. Let me see what I missed. It should be level 1. So I missed like some big thing. Okay. Xanth resubscribed for 5 months. Oh. Does that mean it's a 5-month subscription? That's why it's on level 3? Oh, maybe. Bradford gifted 5 subs just now. Karji subscribed. Bradford resubscribed tier 3. Tier 3. Oh, it doesn't. All right. So I'm confused as to what's happening, but thank you. So Bradford gifted a lot of subs and resubscribed at tier 3 for 3 months. Xanth subscribed for 5 months. And Karji, and then somebody followed me. Wow, that was good. Thanks, Bradford and everybody else. I played 2 matches with Ginger GM, so I'm not sure which one you watched. They're both, 3 hours, so I don't know. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Could you look at my game with Bach? The game where you cheated with an engine. Yes, we will look at that probably. Let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty well. You're welcome. Okay, it's all about the Benjamins. We're going to look at the games in the order they're placed, unless trying to learn deletes them. Then we won't look at it. Or if I delete them. I usually delete them after I look at them. Trying to learn my delete them before I look at them. That's funnier. Twitchy subscribed for 22 months. Yay, thank you. Bradford gifted more subs. Wow. Delete, then repeat. Probably ! Discord has it, I'm guessing. That's my Discord. But there's actually a link right to the game analysis. But I don't know what that is. Yeah, the game with Komsky I looked at on the stream. So you could look at my previous streams or you can go to my YouTube channel and look at it. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely already analyzed your game with Komsky. Oh, triple exclam? Wait, what do I do? Do I do exclam triple question mark? Or just triple question mark? Oh man, triple question mark, as I requested. It's another game I played with Komsky. What? Yeah, I have a 3-minute game you played with Komsky. I know you played him again. We play Komsky every day. Are you a secret grandmaster? 1,000 sent to dues from Captain Falcon. COVID. Thank you. It's Karen. Go Karen. All right. I'm getting a pushback from a lot of different places here. Let's see. So on September 24th, I requested an absentee ballot. I got a text on September 26th saying, your absentee ballot was mailed. So I'm like, all right. And then I got it. I got it either Friday or Saturday because it was in the mail today before the mail came. So I probably got it Saturday. And it's October 16th I got it. Or 17th. 3.5 weeks after it was mailed in the mail to get my ballot. Karen asked for her ballot maybe a week or 2 after I did, and we got them at the same time. So I guess they just mail a big batch and they never deliver them. I don't know. All right, so I don't know who I'm going to vote for because Trump seems like a pretty good candidate. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Kemp doesn't like it. He's pretty mad. Yeah. But Kemp isn't running for anything at the moment. So it's actually pretty funny. We have an election here with two of the worst people who ever lived, Collins and Loeffler. And when David was on the stream earlier, David Pakman, he said Loeffler's worse. He said it's not even close. But anyway, it is close. They're both just terrible people. But what's funny about that is when the governor appointed Loeffler as the senator a couple of years ago, I guess, whenever it was, that's not who Trump wanted. Trump wanted Collins, and they got mad at each other, Trump and Kemp, but they've made up since. But I like the way they're both running for the same Senate seat now, which they could both still lose to the Democrat. So, yeah, anyway, complicated. Yeah. Loeffler is better. That's right. Because it's night takes. Very good. Yeah. What about Loper? We're setting that up probably pretty soon. David and my people have been emailing back and forth. Okay, I've lost 200 subs in the last 4 days. So if somebody wants to donate 200 subs, that would be good. Yeah. Okay, well, let's whatever we do. Classical game, I'm black, rated 924. My opponent's 1114. So you're black in a 90-minute game. All right? And this was put up on the 15th, so we have to go back a few days. This is by Evan. Go, Evan, but stay there. Let's see. You're black. You're provisional 900. Man, harsh. All right. And then let's see. He didn't say who his opponent. Oh, his opponent's 1114. So 1114, Evan, 924p. All right. To everyone who says beginners shouldn't only study the opening, fries. All right, that's good. So, are we still having a train? 2,000 centidues from Jum Juma. Thanks, Jum Juma. Jum Jum Jum. Yay, level 5 completed somehow. Yay. And then Endless Sauce subscribe with Prime. Thank you. Such strong support. Yay. We crushed level 5. 11 subs, 1,100 bits, Papa John's. Well, you gave 2,000 bits, so that must have been after the train, Jum Juma. It must have been right after it, because it didn't count it into the thing. So that was good. Mo money, mo money, mo money. Yeah, great work. Emotes are being delivered to supporters. All right. You guys did great. All right, so we're about 200 subs behind where we were 4 days ago. So if someone would like to donate 200 subs, I would appreciate it. Also, you'd be first on the gift subs. Bradford's the only one there. Okay, here's a game that was submitted 4 days ago. Black is 900 and white is 1100. They played a mainline Ruy Lopez. This is the start of the Marshall Gambit. Black could play d5 and play a Marshall now. He played d6. Also good. Most people play h3 because they want to avoid the lines that go take, bishop g4. But this has also been played. Now, bishop g4 right away, then white could play d5. And then the pressure here wouldn't be so important. But he took on e5. Now black's already better because the bishop can't break the pin. Black's pieces are all out, castled, and these pieces haven't moved. So normally what white does in Ruy Lopez is plays h3 to stop bishop g4. And after d4, normally it goes takes bishop g4. You put pressure on this. And the difference is if white plays d5, we have knight e5. Then black's doing fine. However, in this position after d5, there's no knight e5. So that's why usually black takes first. Okay, So now black's better because taking this isn't very good. Okay, now this knight is obviously better than this bishop, and black traded them off. So probably that was inelegant. And now even moving back would be good because the knight is so good and the bishop is so bad. Vinny Chase 87. However, bishops are bishops, so I can't really argue, even though I did. Okay, rook e8 is dangerous because of this. The game's pretty good so far. Nobody's blundering. The game's too good if you ask me. Too good. Knight d7's legal. Bishop there is sort of annoying. Knight d4 is annoying. c5 is good. Knight f5. Probably shouldn't take that. The knights are superfluous here. They're tripping over each other. So no reason to really go for a bishop here. The engine wants to take with the pawn here. It doesn't like this as much. Here the engine wants to play g6, kicking the knight out, which makes sense. White's trying to mate black, but it doesn't look like there's any mate there. Bishop g7. It's not a move I would have played. Knight h6 check is a weird move. All right, position's about equal. Okay, now black made the losing move, and this is actually the first important point of the game tactically. The other ones were important for strategy, or as I like to say, not important. So you see there's a pin here, and there's a pin, stuff's happening here. Pam subscribed. Thanks, Pam. I did miss you. So the engine says after knight b6, black is doing fine, but he played knight f6, which is a mistake because the knight's hanging after rook takes g6 check. If the knight was on b6, it wouldn't be hanging. And so, yeah. Now white has a small material advantage. White has a monster bishop. White has a passed h-pawn. White has a safer king. So even though it's a rook for bishop and two pawns, which you would consider about equal, because of the isolated pawn here, the unsafe king, the passed pawn, the greatest bishop ever, it says white's up +4. So, was that 200 subs? 5 subs! Thanks, Karji. That's a good amount of subs. How many games in the queue? I don't know, 50, 55, something like that. Like 5 days worth, basically. Yeah. So that was pretty good. Rook takes, and that's pretty good attack there. Okay, he played g4, which is, fine. King e8 running away. f4 is good. Always retreat. h4. It's the 4 pawns attack. Queen d4 is not what I would have played, but I like all these pawns like this. So I guess I shouldn't complain. Never play f6. Now we know who won the game. So f5 is a very, 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 very strange move. But already h6 is a blunder because it can't give your pawns away. So white's not in a hurry here. Black can't do anything. So white can just slowly win. You could play like king here, g5. You could play rook g1 and g5. This move just seems to lose a pawn. Because if you play rook h1, I can go here and win it. So h6 is a pretty bad blunder. Now black's actually better. Yeah, black is already winning. So very bad play by, yeah. Now we should just play c2 and get it over with. Played here, which is also good. Always repeat. Okay, black should be winning this. Yeah, no, I don't like f takes e5, even though the engine likes it. I would play king e7. The engine says they both win. Now definitely king e7. Okay, that move still wins. Now king e7 wins easily, because I just put my king here. Black has a million pawns. So this is +6 according to the engine. King e4. Rook e2 check is not great. Yeah, now black's actually doing badly. Yeah, see, in this position, if white plays f6, black can take this. But if black's rook was somewhere else, then white would play f6 and win. So rook e2 check is a real blunder. he should still play king e7. Then if you take, I can check and play king f6. Once my king's on f6, your pawns aren't dangerous. But this is a blunder because after king f3, you can't go back here. So now f6 is coming, so now white's winning again. So rook e2 check is a real mistake. Yeah, I mean, here we just play f6 and win. The engine says plus 10 after f6. God damn. Okay, king g4 is a blunder. Now black's winning again with king e7, and the king gets here. c2 is a blunder. Bishop c4 is a blunder. f6 is winning. This is a really bad blunder. Now black's winning again. He can take the bishop and play b3, rook b1. The engine says that's completely winning. Always sack the exchange. And then black plays here next move and wins. And the engine says white resigns here. And instead he played rook d7 because he wanted to play here. And f6 wins and bishop e6 wins. Play bishop e6, rook d1. And then after rook d1, the rook is no longer on the second rank. So g7 just queens the pawn with check. That was a very back and forth endgame. Both sides were winning at several points. And one thing I tell my students to do, unless they're playing me, is to move their king up in the endgame. And black had like 5 chances to play king e7 and win. And he's like, no, e8, I'm good. King on f6 would just be easily winning. The pawns would be stuck. Even here, if the king was on e7, I could play rook here and the game goes on. All right, queen g5 winning the rook. All right. This just hangs mate, of course. Queen here is mate. There's a lot of checkmates here, but he took the rook. Also winning, and black resigned. So yeah, that was a lot of mistakes in the ending, but the main mistake was black never, ever, ever, ever moving his king. I mean, your king is important. And when white has those 2 connected passed pawns, as long as black can stop them, black's going to have a winning material advantage. He stopped them for a while until he didn't. Then he didn't stop them. No, it was much better than Fallujah, but it was close. Yeah. Could Giri draw this as white? It would be tough. He'd have to use all of his acumen. I used all of my acumen once, and then the doctor said if it lasted more than 4 hours, I had to see it. This guy's telling me about how people are getting a lot of ballots. I guess it makes up for it. If I never get my ballot and my neighbor gets 2 ballots, that's reasonable, I guess. Yeah. All right. Black is winning according to Kramnik. I mean, you guys are always making fun of Kramnik and Giri unless you actually had to play them. All right. Let's see who watches my stream 24 hours a day. It's sort of a trick question, sort of. But if you watch my stream, if you've watched every stream I've ever done, that's not a trick question. If you haven't watched my stream, then it's a trick question. In the chat, please explain what happened when I played Kramnik. Yummy. Yeah, you guys don't watch my stream 24 hours a day. You guys do other stuff. All right, I'll give you a hint. Yeah, LV20SWD is correct. It wasn't in chess. What did I play Kramnik in? But we didn't play chess. Poker, no. I'll give you a hint. Tennis is correct. Do you guys remember me talking about the tennis? In 1993, I went to Biel, Switzerland and played in the tournament there. And I went to go play tennis because everybody was playing tennis, so I went along. And I got a doubles match, me and Judith versus Kramnik and Gelfand. And we lost 6-2. And Kramnik hit Gelfand in the back of the head on a serve. And then Gelfand didn't stand at the net anymore. Some people thought that's why 20 years later he lost to a not no. And then I served 3 aces in a row, so that was my claim to fame. Now, Judith obviously was a good tennis player. She had tennis lessons, but Judith is not tall. God damn. And Kramnik is very tall. So Judith didn't have the most powerful serve since she's like 4 feet tall. So it didn't work out very well for us. Yeah, she plays better than I do, but her serve was, not good. Kramnik's serve was pretty good. You could ask the back of Gelfand's head. Man, so many jokes I can't make on Twitch right now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he was also smoking while he was playing. Yeah. Now, a lot of you know about Toiletgate. And what I mean is you've heard of Toiletgate. You don't know anything about it. But when Kramnik played Topalov for the World Championship, Topalov complained, well, his team did, that Kramnik was going into the restroom a lot, so making it very likely he was cheating by doing something in the restroom. And when I say restroom, it's not like a bathroom like in the U.S. It's like a room. It's like this room. You could go to the bathroom, but there's like chairs and tables, and you rest there. It's like it's a room. And Kramnik went all the time. And they said, wow, he goes all the time, therefore he must be cheating in there. And then, yeah. Anyway, so the reason Kramnik went to the restroom so often was he was smoking there, and he didn't want his wife to know he was smoking. So smoking. Yeah, got to smoke. Yeah. All right. So anyway, let's go to the next game. Go Kramnik. Now, as all of you know, and by all of you I mean almost none of you, tomorrow night I'm teaching the class again. I just did a thing in the chat. That's last week's class. Tomorrow's class, which is at the same time, everything's the same, is on Roman Dzindzahashvili, also a sponsored lecture. Does the sponsor want us to know who he or she is? Only Karen knows, and she's not telling. So tomorrow night, I'll be lecturing live on Zoom on Roman Dzindzahashvili, and then when the lecture's over, I'll come in here and stream like I always do. Yeah, don't forget it. The more money you pay, the more lectures we have. All right, so we've been here for 3 hours, and we did 1 game. Good. Now we have Soviet Britain versus not Soviet Britain. It says so. That's what it says. So I guess that's what happened, I guess. Soviet Britain, not Soviet Britain. All right. What information did I get? Time control 1/86,400. Okay, that's not very helpful. All right. Then Lords of Acid subscribed. Good. All right, we're only about 180 subs short of what I would like it to be. Well, I'd like it to be a lot more. Let's see. 1 move per day. Oh, that's what it is? Oh, okay. Next is mine. Okay, mine. All right, so let's see how Soviet Britain did against not Soviet Britain. It's an unusual move order. I mean, I'd probably play Queen B6 here. I mean, it seems like that's what I should play. Attack this. If he plays Queen C1, I take this. Okay, D5 is good. Transposing into some kind of weird something. I would definitely play Bishop H5 here. I don't like giving up the 2 bishops for no reason. All right, but Bishop takes is okay. Ethan Owens subscribed. Cheers. Queen takes is interesting. Take either way. Okay, pretty boring so far. I wouldn't play Knight E5 as white just because I don't want to trade more. Yeah, G4 seems good if you want to attack. Push all these pawns. I like G4. Put it in H. This pawn seems difficult to defend. confused. Why would you check first and then play queen c7? I mean, the engine does. I'm just wondering why you wouldn't play queen c7. From the engine's point of view, I don't even see why you... All right. Doesn't hurt. Knight takes is good. Always play king b1. 5, bishop e2, b5. So, just so you know, it's 100% that black is using an engine. Because every move black plays is the engine move. Knight takes, f5, b5. See, the thing is, the reason he's using an engine, the reason I know he's using an engine for the moves, which maybe that's allowed, I don't know. I don't know what the rules are for playing a move, I move every day. The reason I know it's an engine is basically every move to me looks about the same. Yeah, that's okay. And then he always plays the engine move. I mean, there's probably 5 moves that either side could play that I would consider, and I'd be like, they're about the same. But somehow he plays the engine one every move. So that's probably why white lost, because his opponent used an engine every move. Okay, like here, if I had to pick a5 or rook a b8 or knight c, I guess I can't move my knight, or rook f7 defending my queen so my knight could move. I don't know what I'd pick, but I see what the number 1 engine move is, and he always plays it. Right now, h6 is ahead of knight c4, but knight c4 is moving up. I only have it at depth 19, so. All right, knight c4 is good. g6 is the only good move. Yeah, white doesn't really have an attack. Black's just up a pawn. And actually, this is actually pretty funny. In this position, I didn't know why black played queen a5 check. Obviously, he's using an engine. That's the engine move. But now I know why. When white plays c3, if white didn't play c3 and white was able to castle here and go for this attack, all right, then, So, but now, if he does castle queenside, which he did, with the idea of attacking, because he's down a pawn for nothing, so you might as well attack. If you just castle kingside, why did you play h4? Why are you down a pawn? And then that's much worse for white to have the pawn on c3 because black gets to attack quicker. It's clear that with the pawn here, it's hard for black to attack. So, I mean, the engine knows that. So, yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. So that's why he did that. Because, I mean, the engine told him to, but that's... Okay. b3 is obviously not good because you're moving pawns in front of your king. Dangerous. Now, this is weird. The engine doesn't... This move, engine doesn't play at all. Knight a3 check. That's a pretty human move. Right? The engine just retreats the knight somewhere. So maybe if I let it sit for an hour, it'll play here, but I don't think so. That doesn't look like a good move to me. That's a bad move. Proving he's not using the engine. g4, fg. He's trying to attack, but trying is the first step to failure. All these moves are engine moves except for knight a3 check. He must have overrode the engine. The engine's like retreating. He's like, nah, man, I know what I'm doing. Knight a3 check. Okay, b4 is the engine move. I mean, b4 is not even a move I would consider because this pawn's attacked. So I would play like rook here or rook here. I wouldn't even think of playing this move. Let's see, what I guess if I take with the queen, rook takes is winning, and if you take with this rook, it's also winning. Okay. c4, and then I assume queen f6 is the engine move because he played it. Yeah, then you resigned. Yeah, I mean, you were playing an engine, so you had no chance. Yeah. So that, I mean, I don't know if using an engine is allowed. If it's not allowed, you could report the guy if you care. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, basically in this position, this is the key part of the game. After takes, I think pawn takes just loses a pawn, and queen takes is just equal. So after this, it's very hard to defend this pawn. So probably what you have to do is like move your queen and then play f4. I don't know. It just seems bad. Yeah, and then h4 just loses a pawn. Then you're lost after that because you can't save this pawn. I mean, you can't trade all the pieces off and then sack your e-pawn. This attack doesn't work. What's showing me the engine moves? Chess.com is. Yeah. All right, so that was good cheating. Does everyone cheat online and daily? I mean, Karen doesn't, but I mean, most people probably do. Yeah. But that person was obviously using an engine because there was a lot of positions there. I was like, I don't know, that looks good, that looks good, that looks good. And they're all better for black. And somehow the guy always played the engine move every time. The only non-engine move he played that game was knight a3 check. So I would be interested to know why he played that. That's weird. And that's a really human move. Like the other moves he played were just engine moves, like e5 and rook a b8 and c was it b4, queen f6. Those were just engine moves. But I mean, knight a3 was a real human move. That was like a human overriding the engine. Like, no, I want to check him. That's what it seemed like. Farnsley, who needs the quickie mart? I do. Go Farnsley. Yeah. Maybe he was really good. That's not a question of being good. I mean, good players would play different moves there. He just played the engine move every move. That's because he's good. It's because he cheated. Yeah, knight a3 is weird, but if you're a human, you get to check the guy. Yay! Yeah. PT Baltok subscribed. Hooray. Yeah, that is a big cover-up move. He still won pretty easily. And then some. It could be after thinking for an hour, knight a3 is the move. I doubt it. That looked really human. The other moves did not look human. God damn. Kick your ass, the other moves. Yeah, the other moves black just played perfect. So. Anyway, good game for your opponent. Yeah, I'll get lessons from your opponent. He's a pretty good player. I mean, I said it on Twitter like 4 weeks ago. I said chess.com should just ban every account because everybody's cheating. Everybody thought that was funny. And then 3 weeks later, they're like, man, everybody's cheating. Yeah. No, I don't have any information about them. Yeah. Who's cheating? A more interesting question is who's not cheating. Let's see. I ain't cheating. Stop cheating. I played 94% accuracy. Was I cheating? Probably. All right. I've never cheated. Why are you always cheating then? This game isn't real. That's right. All right, back to whatever it is I was doing. What's funny is you guys don't even know you're cheating and you are. It's weird. Okay, this game was drawn by Reputation. It says time control 900 plus 10. What the fuck does that mean? It's on chess.com live chess. Time limit 91 was black in this game. And drawn by Reputation. Yeah. I don't understand what that means, 900 plus 10, but you guys will explain it to me. You'll be like, oh, that means something. Probably 90 plus 10. 15 plus 10, so it's 900 seconds. All right, that's what it is. Who's cheating? He's on first. 15 plus 10. Okay. 900 is seconds. All right. So the guy who sent the game said he was black. All right. It's a scotch. Yeah, you don't want to take that because then all your pieces are on the back rank and your opponent's queen is dominating in the center. And we've talked about this many times on stream. Many. When there's a pawn on e4 in the opening, if black decides at some point to play knight f6, he has to worry about e5. If e5 is good, you can't play knight f6. If e5 is bad, you can play knight f6. e5 is good, so knight f6 is a mistake, and white played e5. That's right. Oh, truth hurts. Engine already really hates black's position. But taking this is a mistake. And then knight f6 is a mistake. And here, white should play bishop e3 because it develops a piece and it unpins the pawn, so the knight has to go back to g8. But he played bishop g5, which doesn't cut the mustard, probably because it's not vegan mustard, I guess. Maybe it's honey mustard. Because now the e pawn is still pinned, so black can play d6, which of course he didn't play. After d6, the engine actually prefers black. So bishop e3, which unpins the e pawn, so white's actually threatening the knight, would be preferable. c5 is a little anti-positional there. Knight d5 is barely legal. These moves are good. Those are good. That's good. That's okay. That's good. Connect 4. Yeah, since the move c5 was played, all these moves are good. Never play f6, even if it's the engine move. Bishop e2 is okay. Knight e7 is legal. Castles is good. Knight f5. I mean, white's playing great. Rook d6. There's a move I never would have thought of. I don't see any reason to take that. That lets the knight go back here and attack the bishop. Yeah, just rook here, check, or rook here, check. White should be winning. Pieces are no good. Still good for white, obviously, frankly. Saving his h-pawn. I don't like c4. Always play bishop f1. b5 is good. Okay, so white's played pretty well except for taking the rook on d6. But still, it's okay. And the engine says white's +2 because these pieces are bad, and they should feel bad, and these pieces are good. Now he could play rook e7 with the tactical justification being if bishop attacks the knight, we take this and, attacking everything. And white's winning. So rook e7 would be good, but he played g4. Not a move I would have thought of. Knight f6 is good. Rook d8. Probably should move the king up. But okay, it doesn't matter. It's bad position already. King f8. Wow. Always retreat. All right, so white should be winning. White's up a pawn in the ending. Rook e5 is an interesting move. h5 is an interesting move. All right, white's up a pawn. Good winning chances. White doesn't want to trade pawns here. The more pawns that are traded, the more likely it's a draw. Bishop h3 makes sense. Putting the bishop on a nice diagonal. We're trading a lot of pawns here. It's hard to win when there's no pawns on the board. I definitely would play king to e5 and activate my king. Man, white's good at retreating. I don't understand knight d2. I wouldn't even consider that move. I would move the knight anywhere else, or I would defend my knight. Such a passive square. All right, now we just have a completely drawn position. And I'm sure the rest wasn't interesting. It's a dead draw. And drawn by reputation. All right, so white was better the whole game. Then white was winning. Then white was better. Then white was slightly better. And then it was a draw. So that was an unpleasant game for black. Black was struggling the whole game, but in the end he drew. But that was pretty unpleasant. Black was on the precipice of losing all the time. Yeah. Was Matt Larson playing white? The engine says I played 97%. Who are you? What? What? What happened? It says knight f6 is best. What? I need a new engine. Let's see. I'm cheating. Cheating environment. Whatever you're doing, it's cheating. This is my game. I was black. Knight f6 is definitely an error. So if it says it's the best move, you need a new engine. My engine doesn't give knight f6 as even a move. It says queen f6. Maybe you're misreading your engine. Knight e7 to c6 is a normal way of playing, but you wouldn't take this. Anyway, you played bad and you should feel bad. No, you played all right. Just not too good. Also, you don't read your engine very well. Blastmaster subscribed. Isn't that the bike that Mac has to pushes him up so he doesn't get tired and slow down? Great episode, by the way. I can't quote any of that episode because I'll be banned. Man, harsh. All right. My analysis was bad and I should feel bad. Okay, that was a good game, except for one thing. It was pretty good, actually. I've seen worse. Benjamin Bach Twitch Simul. Was this the game where you cheated? Okay, good. Let's see. Let's see how much you cheated against Benjamin Bach. Yeah, he told me about this game, and I said, are you going to quit chess now because you lost to this Kohler 609 guy? And he said, no, I'll be Bach. So, it's all about us. All right. Man, you guys are beating Benjamin Bach and Kamsky when you submit your games. But then when I watch you guys play live, you lose to 700 players. So I don't know. I don't get it. Let's see. Your children's children. That's right. All right. So this is the guy who did not cheat beating Benjamin Bach in a simul. That's why I don't give simuls. All right. So far, so good. Queen's Indian. It's the main line. All right. Now it's looking more like a Catalan, but not too much like a Catalan. Man, it's really boring. Benjamin Bach must be really excited. Typical boring position. Put it in H. So the engine says this move is a tactical blunder, which proves you didn't use the engine. Very good. This is actually very instructive. If you've seen Tombstone, you know what I mean. So Bach has a 0% chance of seeing this in a simul. Also, Benjamin Bach's not too good, so probably in a tournament game, 0%. Knight takes d7. Okay. Now, if queen d7, knight takes d5, triple exclamation mark, or maybe double. So if you take the bishop, I just take back, and white has snatched a pawn. And the idea is after it takes, you have rook c7. And the engine says this is good for white, although in a simul, even if I saw this, I wouldn't do it because I would be worried my rook would get trapped. Although I might do it anyway just for spectacular reasons. If my rook does get trapped, it's spectacular. So I don't know. So after knight d7, you can also play knight takes f4. Wait, what's happening? You can also play knight takes f4, knight takes f8, knight takes g2, and then the engine prefers white because white's up in exchange. All right. So knight takes knight is the engine move. This move supposedly is bad because of the line I showed you. Now Bach wanted to keep his bishop there, but he knew he couldn't. So when he retreated it, he actually texted to his opponent, I'll be Bach. So, okay, knight takes. Now you got to watch your knight. G4 could win your knight. So you played G6, good. Attacked your rook, and you saw it, good. Knight G7 is good, fianchetto your knight. And it looks like white's a little bit better. The engine says very little. Knight E6. Again, the engine doesn't like that move, so you're proving you're not cheating, good. The engine says B4 is frankly terrible. It really hates that move. It says any move that does nothing gives white a tiny advantage, but now it says black is better after B5. This pawn's weak and fixed. And now you can play A5, it says, and get an advantage. Queen B8's also good attacking this. Not as good as A5. And then A5? Yeah, great. And now it says you're winning. Because this diagonal's weak, this is weak, this is weak. The bishop is trapped. His understanding of the position is shallow and pedantic. 200 centidues. You missed me. Thanks, Grunchwort. All right, he played E4, confusing the audience. You were not confused. Damn, this is too complicated. You played rook a3, which is good. So that was knight c5. Queen b1 is good. And once again, you proved you weren't cheating with an engine. You played a move that was not the engine move. The engine wants to take this knight, but you took with the rook, which it doesn't like as much. Okay, good. Black is still better because black has extra pawn. You played bishop c5 check. That's not even on the radar of the engine. The engine wants to play king f7 defending the pawn. Or c2 not defending the pawn. God damn, I never play c2. Bishop check, also defending the pawn. And b4 seems very human. So you're really not cheating this game. Terrible. I wanted to make fun of you for cheating, but you're not cheating. Boo, boo. Now it says queen c4 is equal. But Benjamin Block plays rook d7 for the win. Double question mark. Then you play double exclam queen c8. The problem is his rook is like getting trapped in here if he comes in there. It doesn't like this getting the rook in here. There's not really an attack for him because his other pieces aren't attacking. He can't play like Nigel Short and get his king here. So. Then you played c2. Bishop here is better so that he can't get his rook anywhere. But c2 is also winning. Rook g7 check is forced. King h8 is forced. Queen c2 is forced. Always play bishop f8. Good. Rook takes b7 is forced. Queen takes is forced. Bishop takes c6. If you were cheating here, you would have played queen a6 threatening mate. But you weren't cheating. Terrible. You're still winning. Queen takes c6 is the engine move, although that ending seems very hard or impossible to win. But the engine says you're winning. So I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. All right, and now you're completely winning because king f3 is a blunder. Yeah, he should have played bishop f3. He's still losing, but king f3, yeah, that's not good. And then you win. Hooray for you. So it's funny, here I would play h5 check and take his bishop, but your move is actually better. Threatening mate. King g5. Once again, you didn't play the engine move. If you were cheating, you would have played rook f8 with unstoppable mate here. So, because you stop his king from coming here. So if you were cheating, you would have done that. Proving you're not cheating by playing this human move. Yeah, also, rook f8 is the quickest way to win, threatening queen f4 mate. You win. That was an excellent game, and several times you proved that you did not cheat at all. What's interesting about that game is it wasn't clear when his rook was on the 7th rank if that was going to get you in trouble or get him in trouble. It depended on what happened. And as simul, you can't figure that out. You just got to go for it. But it turned out with your passed pawn on c3, he didn't have time to do everything. And then you won. Very good game. Yeah, Benjamin Baca is a lot better than me, even though I was teasing him before. But, you know, don't tell him that. Something. Go Benjamin Bach. Yeah, problem with giving a simul is you can't really play a game like that. If you're playing a lower rated player, which you always are in a simul, you have to have a boring game where your understanding of chess just proves superior. And that game was a lot of tactics. If you play a game that has a lot of tactics and calculation and you're playing 20 people at once, you don't have time for that. He can't spend his energy looking at tactics. Not appropriately anyway. Because there's several positions that game where if he was playing a tournament game, he would have taken 10 to 15 minutes. And then he would have played a little better than he did. And he can't do that in a simul. In a simul, You just got to get positions your opponent doesn't, and you just overpower them because you're good and they're not. You just play lots of good moves. This wasn't like that. This was like all kinds of tactics and trickiness and both sides getting mated. That's not good for a simul. That means you lose a lot when you do that. Some worse. I definitely wasn't cheating. Yeah, terrible. Yeah, that's right. Not playing yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, he definitely wasn't cheating. Terrible. Yeah. You messed up there. Queen A6 was better, but it wasn't a million times better. Yeah. Yeah. So a very, very good game. Yeah. Yeah, beating a GM is fun, whether they're giving a simul or not. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how you win as long as you do. All right, this was round 5 game from my third OTB tournament many years ago. Not a great game, but I won first place. Shared first section be under 1900 or so. I played black. I was 15-16. My opponent was 1775. From Potzerius. Wait, what did I do? I didn't paste because I'm smart. Okay, so we got, what do we got here? We got 1775. That's not the spirit. And then we have Potzerius, who's around 1516. All right. Is that what it says? This was my round 5 game. I don't know if this is a round 5 game or it was 5 minute with a 5 second increment. I can't really tell by the writing. Doesn't matter. Can you read a chess book without using a board? Oh, I've never been so insulted. Hey, by the way, if you guys read my Twitter feed or Reddit, just any Reddit, you'll notice like 4 or 5 days ago, people were claiming I'm 1500 and I'm 30 years old. I'll be a grandmaster any day. And I made fun of them. And then I got the smackdown from all the Reddit people, if you can call them people, like, oh, you got to encourage these people. And, you're the gatekeeper and you don't want anybody to be a GMVU. So now I have a serious question. Serious. Since I left and visited my mom in the hospital and came back, how many of those guys became GMs? Was it all of them? You guys know Wes Berger. He's been on my stream before. He's 79 years old. He's about 2,300. Doesn't play anymore. I told him he doesn't know what Reddit is or Twitter. He knows what Twitter is. Definitely doesn't know what Reddit is. And I told him what it was. He said, he's 1,800. He's 31 years old. Says maybe if he was 5, but he's 31. He started laughing. So anyway, he got really sick, laughing so much. Took him to the doctor. And he actually died. So R.I.P. Wes. And the doctor said it was the first time it ever happened that he knows of where somebody literally died laughing. So we had a funeral while we were there, and they were lowering the casket into the ground pretty quick. And he was laughing still. And the doctor was at the funeral, which is very necessary for this joke. And I said, he's alive. No. That's post-mortem. He's still laughing. He's dead, trust me, but he can't stop laughing. Yeah. So that's what Wes thought of the 31-year-old 1,800 becoming a GM. That wasn't me, that was Wes. Like 80% of what I told you was true about Wes laughing. Yeah, it's true. That got dark fast, that's right. Yeah. Well, they said that Hikaru discussed it on his stream. And Hikaru said, is Consuela here? And Consuela was there. She was cleaning Hikaru's apartment. And Hikaru was like, Consuela, can a 31-year-old HR become a GM? And she said, no, Mr. Hikaru, no. So no. Yeah. You're 16 and a 16 can you become an MN? Yes, you will become an NM. That is correct. Now, you guys know Killer Mike except for one thing. Well, some of you know who he is. He's an Atlanta guy. Killer Mike had a show on possibly Netflix. I want to say Netflix. And one of the early episodes, he's in elementary school, and he's explaining to the kids, like, all that stuff your parents and teachers say you can do, you can't do any of that. And the principal wasn't a big fan of that. The kid's like 6, and he's like, I'm going to be president when I grow up. And Killer Mike's like, no, you're not going to be president. Why don't you go to a trade school and get a job? Man, Killer Mike. He's not Killer Mike for nothing. But yeah, basically, of the millions of kids who grow up thinking they could become president in the U.S. anyway, none of them become president. So, that's not, Basically, if you want to be a billionaire, you should have billionaire parents. That helps. I recommend that. If you can go find paper and pen, I'll wait. Okay, did you find paper and pen? Write down, I would like to be billionaire, find billionaire parents. Write that down. There's a Simpsons episode where they discuss the origins of Mr. Burns. And Mr. Burns is like playing with a ball at home. And it's like a poor farm. And then some billionaire drives up in a limousine. And the father says, son, this billionaire wants you to live with him. Do you want to stay with us, your loving parents, or this loveless billionaire? And he throws the ball away. He gets into the limo, puts on sunglasses, and says, let's roll. That's how Mr. Burns became a billionaire. Got picked up by a billionaire in a limousine when he was a baby, or a small child. So yeah, do that. Let's roll. That's what he says. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, first of all, the insinuation from the poker player, which I just don't believe, is he could become a GM, but he would have to just spend his whole life doing it. He couldn't play poker anymore or go out drinking or do anything. He would just spend 10 hours a day and have GM and IM and FM coaches. And then in several years, he'd be a GM. Maybe, but who's going to do that? Who's going to just forget about the life that they have and study chess 10 hours a day, hoping to win a bet? What? I mean, he'd win $4 million, but that's not, he could probably make $4 million playing poker. It's like, he couldn't do it, but if he could do it, it still wouldn't be worth doing for him. Now, for you, it might be. You might want $4 million. I don't know. Maybe. Is it hard to become a GM or an NBA player? Well, you can't do either one. So, imagine if you were 31 years old and you were like, I think I'll become an NBA player. What? He's 31, the guy who wants to become a GM. I mean, if he was 5 and he had millionaire parents and they decided the only thing that mattered in their life was to become a GM, then there's a chance, but not much of one. But now when you're 31, God, etc. It's funny. A guy most of you haven't heard of, Chuck Nevitt. He was 7'5", and he played for several teams. He was just the last guy on the bench who was really tall. He was in the crowd. Well, he's 7'5". Anyway, he signed a lot of 10-day contracts, but he played for the Pistons, and I went to a Pistons game before you guys were born. And in the practice, Chuck Nevitt was making it rain like Lil Wayne up in that bitch in three-pointers. Chuck Nevitt stood at the three-point line and made like 13 in a row when he wasn't being defended. So even like the worst players in the NBA who are only there like as a joke, they still, make 13 three-pointers in a row when they've never shot one in a real game. So even like the worst player who ever lived in the NBA is still a million times better than you. God damn. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I don't think Tackle Falls making it rain from 3, but maybe. Yeah. How old was I when I became a GM? I was 40, but again, I was GM strength when I was in my early 20s. Yeah. It's a lifetime bet, but you're not becoming a GM in your 40s or 50s. Either he'll make a GM in the next 6 or 7 years or he won't. The answer is he won't. So he decided not to make the bet because it's idiotic. But there's another point here that people aren't getting. Obviously, even if you're stupid and you're dumb and you're ignorant, you know the guy's not going to become a GM, right? You're like, well, all right, maybe I voted for Trump, maybe my IQ is 20, but this 31-year-old man who plays poker isn't going to become a GM. You still know that, okay? So as somebody pointed out, even though there were 2 or 3 people saying that I'm an idiot, just because they just have an idiot anyway, they don't care what I say. It's always an idiot. The majority of the people were like, come on, dude, you're 31, you're not going to become a GM. And he's like, all right, I give up. He's not taking the bet. Okay, but what you guys don't understand still is if somebody who's 4 or 5 or 6 and they go, Mommy, I want to be a GM, and their parents are like, all right, let's make the kid a GM, they're still not going to become a GM. It could happen. There could be 2 in the world or 3, but it's not, right? There's several billion people in the world, and there's no GMs. You don't just decide to become a GM. It would be like in Reservoir Dogs. And he just decided to screw us over, who spent years of his in jail. I didn't tell on my dad. That's what it's like. You don't just decide. So there's a lot of people who are GM strength, like Bartholomew, Eric Rosen, Levy Roseman. Maybe it has to do with Levy Rosen and Roseman. Greg Shahade. And they're not GMs, and they're GM strength. Then you got, GM, Gallery, and you got GM Canty, and they're not GMs. They got GM in their name, and they're not GMs. That's how hard it is to become a GM. I mean, some guys are GM strength. Some guys have GM in their name. And they're still not GMs. God damn. I mean, if this 1800 thinks he'll become a GM, and Bartholomew's not a GM yet, god damn. Bartholomew spot the guy queen, play blindfold, and take a nap and beat him. God damn. Exactly. Is Gallery GM strength? No. Well, he didn't say British GM. I mean, he didn't say that. Yeah. Exactly. The Ginger GM. Costa Corley's pretty good. I wouldn't say he's GM strength, but he's pretty good. Yeah, Eric's GM strength, yeah. Costa Corley close. It's not too consistent. Yeah. If Mahomes or LeBron wanted to be GMs, they would be GMs. If they wanted to be the GM of a team, like, Jordan is the GM of, the Charlotte Hornet, yeah, maybe, but not chess GMs. It's funny, when I was a teenager at the U.S. Junior Championship, we were having one of our thoughtful discussions. And we were discussing what would happen if I arm wrestled Kasparov. That's the kind of discussions we have. And Alex Fishbein said, Kasparov would win. It doesn't even matter how strong anybody is, just his force of will, he would win. I think it matters how strong you are. I think if somebody's the world arm wrestling champion, they would throw Kasparov into the next room, no matter what Kasparov's force of will is. What? Are you kidding me? God damn, if the Mountain, arm wrestled Kasparov would eat a cigarette afterwards. God damn. That's right. I've never played Kasparov, yeah. He might get inside of my head, but if I'm twice as strong as him, I'm going to throw him to the ground. So I don't care. Yeah, I'll wrestle Kasparov right now. Then we'll see how good his force of will is when he's on the ground crying. And so forth. Yeah, it teaches one hell of a lesson. That is correct. With Liberty Medical. Yeah, what is this, Star Wars? Yeah, that's right. People like to believe nonsense. Yeah, it's funny, Levon just made that one comment, and then Radjabov has been making comments like 2 or 3 times a day on Twitter. God damn. Radjabov's like, fuck Armenia. Damn, Radjabov's pretty mad on Twitter. So, yeah, I guess we're going to have a fist fight between Radjabov and Aronian. Who'd win that fight? Oh. It's funny, like, Aronian said one thing that you could take as maybe he shouldn't have said it. maybe. Radjabov every day is like, go Azerbaijan and I hate Armenia. Like every day he's doing that. So yeah, Radjabov's pretty mad. But Aronian said, I'll join the army if I have to. I don't think the Armenian government's going to let Aronian join the army. I would lose in arm wrestling to Magnus. I may be strong, but I'm dumb. Yeah, Radjabov's pretty mad. Damn. Radjabov's like, I am the Azerbaijani army. Rawr, I'll take everybody on. Yeah, he's pretty mad. Yeah. How far can I long jump? Not as far as Magnus. All right, so did I not look at this game yet? Maybe I did. Okay, so here's the game. This is the way I play with black. What's happening? What's going on here? Some people, like Max DeLugi, play h6 first so their bishop can hide. Obviously, this is a reverse London. I mean, it's not called that, but that's what it is. Okay, so knight h4, trying to get that bishop. And then white forgot about it. He's like, okay, never mind. He said, je regrette, mais je forget. See, that's because white had no spirit. That's why he didn't try to win the bishop with h3 and g4. If he had spirit, his rating would be 1 rating point higher. All right. Joke was too complicated for you guys. a5, yeah. Knight df3, that's something. b5, I used to play that way. We can c6 a lot, so I'm not a big fan of that. Yeah, knight d4 is a good move, putting a lot of pressure on c6 in the diagonal. Yeah, I don't like b5 very much. Probably knight d4, the previous move was better. Still better for white. White never plays g4. Bishop f3 is incredibly bad. Definitely g4 is the move. This is a great bishop, and this bishop's trapped. So you're just going to take this bishop. Bishop f3 is a really bad move. And now black's better. Now black has more space, and black's bad bishop is gone. White's great bishop is gone. Very bad decision from white. Not a big fan of b4 because the bishop, was nice on that diagonal. Queen a6, I don't understand. Knight e5 is not good. Knight d7 is good. Bishop f6 is good. Good. g4. Not a big fan of g4. Yeah, now black's doing great. Attacking the d3 pawn, defending the d3 pawn. Yeah, you should never give up the file like that. Just knight c5 is good, attacking the d3 pawn and the e4 pawn. It's just a fork. Knight c5 is just winning. Raj subscribed. You did not miss your game. There's like 800 games ahead of yours, Raj. Terrible. All right, rook c8. White should not trade on c8, I don't think, and give up the file. e5 is good, blocking the bishop. Yeah, black is doing great. Always play bishop f8. Yep, this is great for black. Look at that nice knight. Look at this terrible bishop. Yay, and black's winning. Very nice play. And then instead of winning the funny way, queen takes check and then fork, you just played the fork immediately. I mean, very nice game by black. White's bishop f3 was really bad. That bishop is excellent here. And so to trade that bishop f3 is really bad. And then black was just better the rest of the game. But that was a pretty good game for players of those ratings. 1500 and 1700. I mean, especially 1500. Black played a lot better than that. And he wasn't even cheating. It was a real game in real life, I think. Kangaroo 55 gifted a sub to Yasser. Finally. Let's see. Is Yasser here? It could be. It's 8:22. Still past his bedtime. Let's see. Yasser, gift me the pawn. I guess it's Yasser. Chess boxing, Raja versus Lev, tough call. Hey, Yasser. Yasser, I think black played really well this game for 1500. This seems like a game you would have played with black. I mean, just positional masterpiece. Look at White's position. Yeah. Hey, Yasser. It's still pretty late for Yasser. I don't know. Yeah, 1,500 is a pretty good game. Yeah. Positionally squeezing the guy. Yeah. Also, Yasser, I think this was a real game, not on the internet. So, Yasser, what you were doing commentary on the senior? Kangaroo subscribe. Thank you. The U.S. Senior Championship just ended with Joel Benjamin winning with a lot of surprising results. Like Patrick Wolf, who hasn't played chess since before Yasser was born, was playing in the tournament. And a lot of guys who just don't play anymore, like Golden. Just not playing in tournaments. Yermolinsky doesn't play very much. More than Golden. Yeah. Yeah, and probably several times during the event, Yasser was thinking to himself, either, man, I could win this event, or I'm glad I'm not playing in this event. I like commentating more. Probably Yasser was happy to do commentary and make fun of, for example, when Wolf took on B7 check against Shelby Getz, and Shelby took with the queen. I don't know how close I was to an invite. I don't know. Obviously, I'm higher rated than Dmitry Gurevich. I assume he got it like a wild card. So I wasn't, I don't know. I probably wasn't too close. Yes, sir, it's funny. The game that Patrick lost to Shelby Getz, where he sacks his queen, that reminded me of the game from about 1989-ish, where Karpov beat Jan Timman in a Queen's Gambit accepted, where Karpov made the same queen sacrifice, but he had like a pawn on b7 that was defended. He had like a rook, bishop, and pawn, and eventually in the ending, Jan's king was no good and he got in trouble. I don't know if you remember that game where Karpov sacks a queen with white in a QGA, like taking on c6, taking on b7, taking on d1, similar kind of thing. But yeah, when Wolf did it, it didn't work out very well. 12 whole moves, that's right. 200 centidues. Yay. Oh, I got a VIP Yasser. He's sort of a VIP. Yeah, I agree with that. Man, Yasser has a long name, though. I don't know. It would be so much easier if I could spell his name. Yay, I did it. Yeah. You want VIP, too. When your name is Yasser Seirawan, you can be a VIP also. Maybe. Something. Yeah, it's funny because I never thought of Joel Benjamin as a rapid player. Joel likes to take his time. And also Dmitry Gurevich, is pretty old. So for somebody that old to do well in rapid chess on the internet, which I'm assuming he's not doing very often, that was surprising. Yeah, Yasser is going to do the U.S. Women's and then the U.S. Championship, I guess. Everyone having real clock problems, yeah. Now, Yasser, you've played in a lot of U.S. championships, so you might forget. In 1994 in Key West, I'm sure you remember Key West, we've talked about it. That was before increment and delay and all that, and we play with analog clocks. I don't know if you remember, but Alexander Ivanov lost 5 games on time. Joel Benjamin's first 5 games were all decisive. He had 2 wins and 3 losses, I think. He might have had 3 wins and 2 losses, I'm not sure. But they were all time forfeits, all 5 games. What? So yeah, before we had increment and delay in the U.S. Championship, there was a lot of very suspicious time usage. Yeah. Yeah, none of those guys play rapid. That's true. Jatu subscribed. Remember, the more you guys subscribe and whatever you do, the bits, then Yasser comes more often. Something like that. Let's see. So Yasser's in the Netherlands. I got to do some math. It sounds like it's 2:30 in the morning. Do you have a rest day tomorrow, Yasser, or are you doing the women's tomorrow? Does the women's start tomorrow or they get another day off? Probably you get a day off. Otherwise, that would be mean to you. That's right. Yeah, Alexander was playing Boris Kryman in round 1. I think it was round 1. Yeah, in a Dragon Sicilian, and he lost on time on move 23. And it was 40 moves in whatever, 2 hours, I guess. And he lost on time on move 23. That was funny. Yeah. So yes, or you're probably not on Twitter very often. There's a famous poker player who's 31 years old. His estimated rating is 1,800. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it's 1,500. And he wanted to bet 10-1 money odds. He gets $4 million if he wins, and he gets $400,000 if he loses. That he can become a GM before he dies. So everybody's basically laughing at the guy, and then he's like, "Okay, never mind." Hey, the thing died. Boo, boo. Yeah. Flagging is funny until it happens to you. That is correct. Yeah. 5 subs, 580 bits. Boo. Interesting bet. Yesser wants some of that action. Nah, he gave up. Yeah, the guy knows that yeah. And so on. Yeah, so the U.S. Junior was pretty interesting, especially at the end. I guess you're doing commentary for all the events. But yeah, I mean, obviously Carissa's a big favorite in the girls. Jeffrey was probably a big favorite, and Sam Sevian started out pretty badly, but then he finished well. But yes, sir, last year in Foxwoods, that's a year and a half ago already, John Burke won easily. There were like 20 GMs playing, and he beat them all. He beat all of them. He easily won the tournament. So John Burke has been getting better the last couple of years. Although obviously he was lucky in the playoffs to win, but he got to the playoffs. So. Yeah, Zhang losing was crazy. Yeah. Yeah, Jennifer Yu, I don't know, maybe school. Yeah. Potzerius wants some money. All right, well, Yasser didn't come here to chat. Maybe he did. So what we do, Yasser, is people go to my Discord and then they put games in and then we analyze them. So sometimes they're not the best games, but sometimes they are. No, they never are. Okay, I Was White, Suspicious Sacrifices. This is a 1,300 versus a 1,300 in a 15-minute game. And Josh Was White, his name is Gravity. Okay? Whoops. I don't know. What did I push? Paste as plain text? Okay. Okay, and Josh is White, and he's the guy who sent the game in. He says, suspicious sacrifices that worked. Crazy like a fox or crazy like Fox News. That's right. Yeah. Hey, yes, sir, I read something on the internet. Now I could have this wrong. The president of the Netherlands, although maybe I'm wrong. Man, this isn't going to sound good if I have the wrong country. He was vacationing in Greece, and people got mad that he was, I don't know, COVID, I don't know. So he came back early because people were getting mad at him. Do I have the right country? Anyway, that's a funny story, although I didn't really understand the story. No vacationing, COVID. King of Netherlands was vacation. Oh, the king. Yeah. It's the royal family. Yeah. And that was bad publicity to be vacationing? He's the king. What's the good of being the king if you can't do what you want? Now, if you saw the movie History of the World Part 1, then you all will realize it's good to be the king. So, came back one day later. God damn. Yeah. The prime minister took full responsibility. Okay, so here's the game between these guys. They're 1,300-ish, I guess. Okay, it's a QGA. Knight C3 is a very unusual move. It's fine. C6. Now we have some kind of Slav. So usually white plays E3 here, occasionally E4, but you played A4, and your opponent made a move which shows they really want to keep the pawn. They got no qualms. So E5 would be like a normal move here, but he played Bishop D7. Wow. He really wants to keep the pawn. Okay. Yeah. All right. So white's like, all right, keep your pawn. You want to keep your pawn so bad. So black's up a pawn, but his position is sort of silly. That's not, you don't want your bishop there. You can't get your knight out there. And center and no development anywhere. Yeah. So good compensation for white. But he is up a pawn. I wouldn't play bishop g5, but I'm not the one playing the game. I definitely wouldn't play knight f6. That would be the last move I would play. Born and unsubscribed, thank you. I might even play f6 first as a joke. But I definitely wouldn't play knight f6. I would play any other move first. Pinning his own knight. Boo. All right, now we could do one of these fusta fazooz with e5, the usual nonsense. This could have happened, right? Like this. And the engine says white's slightly better or clearly better or something. Okay, but you just played normal. b3. I thought you played normal. Okay, b3 is a tactical error which fails to queen a5 and bishop b4. Queen a5 is actually technically stronger according to the engine, although I think I would play bishop b4. All right. Yeah, b3 is very, 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 very risky when your knight's on c3. When your knight's here, it's less risky. Now you got to watch it. All right, now since Yasser's here, although maybe he's falling asleep, I'm going to show you why b3 is bad. I've shown this on stream before, but Yasser's never seen it. About 10 years ago, I was playing in the Chicago Open, and I was black in a Philidor. Okay, and my opponent played knight g5. He's about 2,300. He's one of these kids. He's a kid. Okay, and I played b6. He played bishop e3, which I don't think is a good move. I played here. He took, which I don't think is a good move. I took, and he played a move that was so bad, I went up to the arbiter, and I wanted to do like facial recognition software to see if the guy's actually 2,300. Okay, now here black's already better because white can't castle. 2 pieces is better than a rook. White's pawns aren't very good. Black has a huge threat. And here black played b3. And I almost fell out on my chair. And what's funny was there was a grandmaster behind me. So when I fell out on my chair, he was crushed and he's still in the hospital. It was 10 years ago too. Okay, now if Yasser hasn't seen this, he will be very impressed. And Yasser's not easily impressed. Well, maybe he is. Okay, let's see. b3 woke me up. Yeah, b3, god damn. Okay, I think Yasser means the other b3, but this b3 is also not good. Okay, now, this is why I'm a GM and that 31-year-old 1800 isn't. Okay, I played d5 because I want to play bishop b4, right? And I was like, when I was analyzing it, I was like, well, if he takes this, all my pieces are hanging. But then I remember what Yuri Shulman said. Yuri Shulman said, if you want to make a move, but you can't make it, but you really, really, really want to make it anyway. Okay, and then I played bishop b4. Confusing everybody but Yasser. And Yasser a little bit, because it's so late. Yasser's like falling asleep. Yeah. This was either Christopher Gu or Christopher Wu. I don't remember which one it was. I actually don't remember which one it was. The reason I don't remember is their ratings are similar, but at the World Youth, I was coaching one of them. I don't remember which one. We'll just say it was Christopher Gu so I can tell the story. And after the game, he said, my opponent asked me if I was related to Christopher Wu, because his name was Christopher Gu. And so it turned out one of his opponents had played both of them in the same tournament and thought they must be related because they have the same first name, Christopher. That's a true story. I'm not making that up. Yeah. Okay, I'm blurry. No, I'm just blurry. It's not because there's a problem with the camera. I'm a blurry person. I'm like Dr. Katz. Okay, 100 centijuice. Thank you. All right. Thanks for the advertising. Yeah, the other b3, right. Okay, so my opponent takes, here, takes, here, takes. And now this is important which way you take back. If you take back with the pawn, then e6, if I took with the knight. Yeah. Now, this is a rook and several pawns for 3 pieces. What's funny is, a little before this tournament, I was playing in a strong tournament in Michigan, and that's an oxymoron. It was an open tournament, but had a lot of good players. And Megsgan Avanov was playing Shabalov, and Shabalov had a rook and 4 pawns for 3 pieces. And I was like, ooh, interesting. And it wasn't interesting. The 3 pieces destroyed the rook and 4 pawns. So I thought this was even better than the Amonov game, and it is. So I won this quite easily. And the engine says black is like +4. Yeah, this I won with no trouble. So that was a fun game. Yeah. It reminded me of the other B3 because the other B3 is also incredibly, jejune. You can't underestimate the jejunosity of B3. Yeah, so we got a knight on C3, you got to watch it. Yeah. That's so mean. Blurry shaming. Damn, sorry about that. Yeah, me and Dr. Katz are blurry. Yeah, I went medieval on that guy. That's right. Okay, so bishop b4, queen c2. The next move doesn't make any sense for black. I mean, the players aren't grandmasters. They'll be grandmasters in like 4 years, according to Reddit. So, not sure what I'm talking about. Actually, black can just take everything here. It's weird to play bishop c3. That's a strange move. But it turns out the engine likes black a lot. Because, you're taking everything. Taking everything is good. So black's going to be up 2 pawns here for basically nothing. All right. So he played h6, putting it in h. Not a move I would have considered. Bishop d2 I would consider. Okay. All right. So black is still up material, but white has some compensation. Bishop a5 is an interesting move attacking the queen. He played bishop b4. Not as interesting. a5 is very strong. Yep. He played knight f6, but bishop c6 is better because it defends the knight and defends the rook. You can't take the bishop because the rook on a8 isn't protected, but bishop c6 protects everything. But knight f6 is still playable. Knight c6 is playable. a4 is not the pawn I would have moved. Should move the other pawn. All right, so black is up a couple pawns, and white has good compensation, and the last move is a mistake. And now white played a very interesting move, reminding me of Anand versus, Lautier? I'm not sure if it was Lautier. Whoa, I'm destroying my mic. The engine says rook fb1 and white's better, but he played bishop g6, confusing the audience. We're the audience. Bishop g6 is good when you're analyzing a game. It's just not good when you're playing it, to paraphrase Boris Spassky. White now has comp. That's right. All right. So bishop g6 is not the most correct move, but black took it, which is incorrect. Now white has too much compensation. Taking the bishop wasn't necessary, and it's actually losing. Yeah, now white's winning. White's threatening everything. King c7 is actually good. Yeah, okay, and black's king shouldn't survive. Now, black played a very funny move here. Black is like, I don't care about my king. He's played b4. He's like, whatever. I'll make 2 queens and good luck attacking me. b4 is a funny move. What's funny about b4 is it looks like it's irrelevant that it gives up the c4 square, but it actually is relevant. The knight going to c4 is crushing. Yellow Rubber Ducky, subscribe. Thank you. Yeah. So queen f4 check. King c8's a weird move. b3, he doesn't care about white's attack at all. b2, yay, this is exciting. We have rights. Now, if I was white, I would be very perturbed that I'm allowing this, but the engine's like, good job, white. The engine says, yeah, rook doesn't matter. So there's 2 winning moves according to the engine. Knight takes or knight c4. It says white's winning in both cases. Instead, white played knight takes knight, and now black's winning. And what's funny is it's better to not take the rook. It's better to take the knight than to take the rook. That's funny. But he couldn't help himself. He took the rook with check. And now it's opposite color bishops, so the engine says it's equal. No, it says black is winning again. Queen f6, rook e8 obviously, and then white has nothing. White's just down a rook here. So knight takes c6 was a very poor move. Knight takes d7 was winning, because if you ever take back, here comes my queen. And knight c4 was winning, attacking the queen, and knight b6 and knight d6. But this move is just losing. Now white's just down a rook. The last hope was d5, hoping to open up the black king, but still winning for black. And the rest should be easy, I guess. Should be. Okay, that's already a blunder. Now it's a draw. So white wants to move his bishop away, which pins this bishop. Then the rook is hanging. So black has to do something about it. Queen c7's winning. Queen d8's winning. Rook a6 defending the bishop. But he just ignored it like he did before. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go here, and now I'm going to go here. I'm not afraid of your attack at all. All right. Bishop b6, double exclam, the only drawing move. Very good. And now it's a draw. I mean, I'm sure it didn't end in a draw, but it should have. Okay, this is also a draw. This is a draw. Now that move's a blunder. In this position, queen b4 check is a draw. Perpetual check. After this, black is winning again. And now black blundered. Black has to play queen d7 winning. He played bishop d7 losing. Man, chess is a tough game. You got to play queen d8 and then check. You got to play king b7. He played bishop c6. After king b7, queen d5 check is winning according to the engine. But he played here, and in this position, actually queen e6 is better. They're both winning, but queen e6 is more accurate. Queen c4 is winning. And now white's up a little material, but white's mating attack is stronger than black's passed pawn. And here he blundered again. He has to play queen a5 defending, but black never defended. Black's like a2. I don't care about your attack. That was not caring about the attack. One move too many. Earlier when black didn't care about the attack, he still was hanging on a little bit, maybe even winning earlier. But a2 not caring about the attack, that's going too far. And mate. Yeah, black played b4, b5, b3, b4, b3, b2, bc. Then he played a4, a3, a2. Totally ignored the attack. Almost got away with it. That was a very back and forth game. That was crazy. White was winning, black was winning. Black was completely winning. But in time trouble, when there was only one move that won, black failed a couple times and missed white's counterplay. Very exciting. That looked like a lot of 1 minute games that I play. Very suspicious. That's right. Black strategy almost won. Totally ignoring. That was an amazing game. That's right. Yeah. There we go. Knight c4 exclam. Anybody have any questions for Yasser now that he's here? And he's probably exhausted, so he'll give you some funny answers. Like a good question would be, is Magnus going to be world champion for life because chess will never be played over the board again? That's a good question. That's right. Wouldn't have got that for those meddling kids. That's right. Those kids are meddling. Yeah. Man, Yasser gets to do commentary in all these tournaments. The U.S. girls, the U.S. junior, the U.S. senior, the U.S. women's, the U.S. championship. Might have to take a tournament off to rest. Because the games are rapid, so it's more difficult to do commentary. You got to, keep it going. It's not like there's a 10-minute break between moves when there's like one slow game. This is like 5 rapid games. So it's rapid fire analysis. Crazy. What do you hate most about Ben? He has to list one thing? God damn. That's a tough question. Amazing question. Start the candidates over. Too lovable. He does hate that about me. Also, I think what they should do is, just based on the current world situation, is just have Radjabov and Aronian have like a fight to the death, and the winner's the world champion. They could do that too. Who would win a fight to the death, Aronian or Radjabov? Tough question. Yeah. About chess. No, I said this on a stream earlier. Yasser was really interested in this thing that I did. Okay. I've done this twice in tournament play, and Yasser couldn't believe it. Yasser's like, what? So twice, and I have a win and a draw. I drew Darwin Yang and I beat Angela Young. Twice in GM tournaments in St. Louis, in different tournaments, I played Rook G1. Confusing Yasser. After seeing Rook G1, Yasser unretired from chess and beat everybody. He was like, wow, if Rook G1 is what they're playing now, I unretire. I actually have a win and a draw with this move against two IMs. So, go Rook G1. Yasser, I analyzed this. Confusing Yasser. It's like, what is this? What's going on here? Chess boxing between the two. Now you're talking. Aronian and Radjabov. Yeah. That's right. The Charlotte Chess Center has to get in on that. Show my win against Edmar Mednes 39.99 years ago. The feel-good attack. That's right. So I had a student before you guys were born. He was about 1700, and he was maybe in his late 60s. And when he would go out west, either to play tournaments or to see his mom was probably 90, and she lived in Washington State. So he would go out west to visit her. Occasionally, he would play in a tournament or two. And he would like to play in the Western States Open in Reno, and he played the National Open maybe once or twice. Anyway, whenever I would go to a tournament, anywhere, if he was there, he would call me, and he would email me, and he would text me, and smoke signals, and he would chase me, and he would be like, do you want to have a chess lesson, or we'll go to whatever. So I go to the National Open, nothing. And I'm like, why isn't the guy calling me and email? So I called his room, and I was like, he's like, hello. And I'm like, hey, I haven't heard from you, because he's always, haranguing me. And I wasn't getting harangued, so I was confused. And he said, oh, yeah, I've been staying in my room all day in Vegas. And I said, why? He says, I'm waiting for a call from Edmar Mednes because we're supposed to have lessons. If he calls my room, I don't want to not be in my room. So I'm going to stay in my room forever until Edmar calls me. And I said, I got bad news for you. Edmar's not going to call you. He died 2 months ago. He didn't know Edmar died. 3, 4, 5 months ago, they set up lessons at the National Open. And when Mednes died, my student friend didn't know about it. So he was waiting. He's waiting for him. I said, nah, he's not going to do it. Yeah, true. That's a true story. You can't make that up. Yeah, the truth hurts. Yep. Yeah, I said he's not coming. Yeah. So that's what happened. Yeah, that hurt. Yeah, the truth hurts. Yeah. Now I got to tell another funny story, which I told before, but I don't think Yasser's heard it. The first 6 months I was in St. Louis, so this is in 2010. The basement used to be a lecture hall, but now it's closed to the public. And I was lecturing. And I was showing a game, and either me or my opponent at some point played knight e1 to d3. And I was like, oh, that reminds me, when I was a teenager, I played Leonid Shamkovich. Yasser knew well. And when I played Shamkovich, I played knight e1 to d3 in a QGD, which I did sometimes. And I got on my computer that I was using for the lecture, and I found the game, and I showed the position where I played knight e1 to d3. The game ended in a draw, but I was like 2,300, so I was pretty happy. Anyway, it hit me all of a sudden. A lot of times when I make jokes, I make them up as I'm saying them. It's not like I prepared it before. And I said, and it just hit me. All of a sudden it hit me. I said, it's funny. When this game was played, Shamkovich was a GM and I was nothing. I said, now I'm a GM and Shamkovich is nothing. So that's, those are the jokes. Yeah. If you understand that joke, it's funny and it's disturbing. But that's what Yasser loves the most about me. Yeah. If Yasser posts again in Discord, yeah, I think that's going to happen. Go Yasser. Yeah, Yasser should take over the lecture and just show us a game. Yeah. I should just show a Yasser game. The commercial came right at the punchline. No! Wait, how does Yasser get a commercial if Yasser is a subscriber? Does that mean Yasser has to refresh the stream? You shouldn't get commercials, Yasser. You're a subscriber. The joke was that when I said, when this game was played, Shamkovich was a GM and I was nothing. I said, now I'm a GM and Shamkovich is nothing. That's the punchline. Yeah. 91 to D3, that's the part Yasser cares about. That's right. 100 Senzadu's, go Ben. Yeah. Yeah, I think Yasser has to refresh the stream to not see ads. You shouldn't see ads, Yasser. You're a subscriber. Yeah. Terrible. At the Chicago Open one year, Shamkovich was playing and Bisgeier was playing. They were both alive. And one of them put on the other one's glasses by mistake. They were sitting next to each other and he like put glasses on. He's like, what's happening? And then Bisgeier was pretty loud about it. People were like, quiet. But yeah, somebody put on somebody's glasses and it was terrible. Yeah. He'll hit refresh. Like I tell 5 more jokes while he's hitting refresh. Yeah. If they weren't both alive, also impressive. Bisgeier told me a funny story. He was playing Eric Marchand, he passed away before Yasser was born. But anyway, they played in the 85 U.S. Open in a side event, like some game 30. And Bisgeier won. And Bisgeier went up to me and he said, I beat Marchand like that 25 years ago, but I knew he wouldn't remember. So that was funny. Wrong glasses. That's right. Rain IYH subscribed. That is correct. Yasser, did you play in the 85 U.S. Open in Florida? I think you did. You did. I think you did. I think you lost a fantastic game to Albert, or you won. I don't know. It was like some king takes D8 novelty. I mean, it's 35 years ago, so it could have been the whole world was destroyed. I don't know. Somehow I remember a game where Albert played king takes D8 in some line, and it was a novelty, and he won. Maybe that wasn't against you. You won? Good. Maybe you played the novelty. Yeah, I know Spassky was there. I played a lot of tennis that tournament. It was really hot. Benjamin Spassky, and I won. Vivek Rao drew with Spassky like in round 3. I played king takes D8. Yay! Go Yasser. It was against Albert, right? That was against Albert, yeah. I'm going to imagine who the opponent was. Right, versus Lev. Yeah, I just got the wrong way around. I thought you tied for first. Yeah. Yeah, my first U.S. Open was 80. This is funny, Yasser. The 82 U.S. Open in St. Paul, Minnesota was my first. We drove up there, my family. I was 12. There were 2 grandmasters in that tournament, Soltis and Bisgeier. So it must have been the weakest U.S. Open ever. Must have been. Then 83 had 1,000 grandmasters because you and Korchnoi played because the match was not played with Kasparov. The one in Pasadena, now that was a strong U.S. Open. Also 85 was strong. 83 might have been stronger. I think 83 was stronger. I think Korchnoi and Christensen tied for first in 83. But it's funny how 83 was the largest U.S. Open, had like 870 players, and the strongest, and the year before was the weakest with Soltis and Bisgeier. 10 emotes shared. Thank you, Admiral Gorlock. Yeah. 73 Chicago. Yes, sir, you were not old in 73 Chicago. Also, yes, sir, I think you played 75 in Lincoln, Nebraska. Although I didn't start playing chess until 76, I think. But I think somebody told me you were there. Yes, sir makes all the GMs cry. 73 Chicago. I think my dad's first U.S. Open was the 62 one in San Antonio. But he might have played before that. Maybe. Maybe he played before that. 75 Lincoln. Yeah. You were already pretty good in 75. Better than in 73. That's for sure. Yeah. No, Lincoln, Nebraska is not the Mecca of chess. That is correct. Yeah. All right, 500 viewers. Let's look at this game. Did we already look at it? let's see. Mate, we did look at it. All right. Let's look at another game. We're getting sidetracked because Yasser's too famous. Yasser's too important for my stream. So people are confused. Things went so wrong in the opening. This is from Debugger 2B. I guess this is the actual Debugger 2B. This is the guy whose name I never knew. I guess this is the guy. The guy who's always playing in my tournaments, and he's about 2,200. I guess this is him. Invalid PGN. What's wrong with it? Oh, I copied. I got to copy this. Maybe just this. This could be bad if it's actually an invalid PGN. Okay, it's not. So Debugger's white, and his name is Batesti. He's 2,043. These are FIDE ratings. And he's playing Hannah and her sisters, Marie Klen, 2265. Things went wrong in the opening. I thought blah, 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 blah. 2019, game 90, 30-second increment. And this is Debugger 2B, unless somebody just stole that name. I don't know. Yeah. And so forth. Yeah. How to Cheat at Chess. Brilliant book. That is brilliant. Yeah. Yes, there's the VVVIP. That's a lot of VIPs. Damn. Okay. So we got some kind of London here. All right. Still theory. So White had all he could stands. He can't stands no more. And he played E4. Very exciting. Okay, the engine says B5 is correct. Okay, it likes black a lot here. It says black already has the advantage. Bishop F5, it says, is okay. Yeah, it really likes black in this position. Wow, the first move the engine gave was knight D to B4. Jesus. Then the engine's like, never mind. That move is pretty interesting. So the engine says B4 is winning for black, and black did play knight D to B4. Wow. But the engine says B4 is like winning for black. So, but black did play there. Wow. What a move. That's amazing. Okay, so you have to take knight D4. That's correct. Wow, this is really interesting. These players are pretty high rated. So the engine says king D1 and rook C1 are the best. Now it says bishop takes C4. Wow, what a crazy move. So at depth 21, it likes king D1 the best, and this is the second best, and this is the third best, but it's losing. You played rook C1, that seems reasonable. Now it says rook takes A2 is winning for black. It says like rook C2, knight C6, take both of these pawns, and black's just winning. But she took this, or he did, whichever one it is. Hannah and Marie sound pretty feminine, but you know, it's Europe, so I don't know. Okay, knight E2 is the only good move according to the engine. How'd you find knight E2? Wow. Knight E2 is the only move. It says you resign otherwise. Would I find knight E2? I don't know. So if A3, you take the knight and play check and take this. And that's supposed to be good for black. Okay, knight E2. Knight C2 is a mistake. The engine just wants to take it. Long castle, wow, taking away the pressure on the A file. The engine does not like that move. It doesn't like long castle. Wow, long castle, and it's illegal too. All right, bishop F4 is a mistake. The engine says knight C3, blocking the bishop from the D2 knight, and it says you're winning. It says white's winning. Knight C3. Knight C3, I understand. I understand bishop F4 too. Okay, now E5 is excellent. Bishop G5 is forced. Never play F6 is correct. Now it wants you to play A3, which I understand. You played rook C2, which the engine says is bad for white. Not taking the rook? Wow, not taking the rook is correct. Wow. Taking this is correct. Yeah, because you got all this pressure here. So the engine says black is winning, which is easy to understand. Black's position looks terrible. Let's see. I wasn't paying attention. All right. Knight e2 looks counterintuitive. I agree. Yeah. Knight e2 will be hard for me to find. Well, I wouldn't find it. Knight c3 is correct. Rook d6 is fine. Double up on the bubble up. Again, white played an engine move that I would never consider. The two moves that don't lose right away are a3 and the move that white played. g4. g4 is a great move, it says. What? All right, bishop takes g4 is not good. You should take the rook, it says. Or play bishop g6. Either move is okay. It doesn't like bishop g4. Now it likes white again. Bishop g2 is good. It still likes white. Bishop d7 I don't understand at all. Not at all. I guess this is attacked. It's not, because this is attacked. I mean, bishop d7 is not terrible. Knight e4, rook d4, and now white's just better. White's up a piece, and black doesn't have enough compensation. So in this position, it wants black to play h5, because if you take this, I take and fork. It actually says black is fine there. Doesn't like that move as much. Knight g3 it likes. G6 it likes. Always play king b1. d4. Knight b5. The engine prefers knight d5. Although I like knight b5, so I don't know. Bishop e6. Bishop g2. These moves are all good. Now it says b3 is equal and rook h4 is equal, but black sacrificed the exchange. Wow, opening up the h-file for the white rook. I'm not even sure I would consider that move. I guess I would if bishop f5, but okay, that's what happened. King c1, the only move, stopping rook d2. Okay, h5 is the only move, stopping rook h7. Bishop e4 is the best move. Very good game. Bishop f2 is a mistake. The engine wants rook f8 and put the rook on f2. That does make more sense. The rook on f2 is pretty good. Bishop g6 is good. Bishop h5 is good. Okay, now let me tell you what this is reminding me of. Time to put a smile back on Yasser's face. Yeah, I thought black was attacking on the a-file also. Yasser, you remember in Novi Sad 1990, I hope that's right. It could be that's wrong. I think it's right. It's an Olympiad. I think it was Novi Sad. You played Ivan Sokolov, I think, and you won an ending with like bishop and knight versus bishop and like 20,000 moves. Somehow you kept a pawn. I don't know how you did it. You were white, might have been a Grunfeld. He was attacking you. And you got to a piece-up ending, and you won in a million moves. That's what this is reminding me of. Yeah. Yugoslavian C team. Yeah. No, I think it was Novi Sad 1990. Pretty sure. Yeah, that was great. Yeah. Okay, so that's what this is reminding me of. White's pawns are getting few and far between, but he is up a piece. All right, so white's winning. E4, I don't understand. All right. King C1? Wow. Oh, the point of E4 was if king B1, then bishop E5. And the engine still plays king B1. Wow, that's a really interesting idea. It says king B1 is winning, but he played king C1. Wow. I'd have a lot of trouble playing king C1. The idea is if black wins the bishop with one of these discovered checks, white's going to mate at the end. So black doesn't have time to take this bishop. So the engine says king c1 also wins. Wow. Soviets won easily without Gary and Tolya. That's right, because Gary and Tolya were playing a world championship match. That's what resurrected the Scotch, was Kasparov kept playing the Scotch. Hey, Pesci, say Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia. That's right. 1990 New York City. I think my brother went there. You were there, right, Mark? Yeah. Rook h2 wins the rook. The rook's defended by the bishop. So the bishop's defending it. Okay, c3. That's okay. c3 is correct. 6 is correct. Knight takes is correct. King a7 is a funny move. Now king b1. Yay. Still winning for white. Man, look at this Nigel Short king walk. And now bishop c2 exclam. Former muscle. Now it says the best defense is to take this and try to draw that lost ending. That looks pretty lost to me. Maybe there's some drawing chances. No, it says rook takes c2 is plus a million. Yeah, the engine already gave up on this. Okay, she played here, he did something. A very unusual technique from white, letting that black king sit in there. Bishop d1 exclam. All right, and then the rest is easy. Ooh, that's a good move. And black resigned. Wow, what a crazy game, because black had this huge attack, and if I was white, I'd be scared. And you defended pretty well, and black made 3 or 4 attacking mistakes. As Yasser pointed out, black has a nice attack down the a-file with rook takes a2 at some point and castle queenside, giving up all of that attack. Bishop b2. Say what? Yeah, that's already... Yeah, that was an amazing game. Yeah. The U.S., I thought, got a medal that event. Didn't we beat, like, Bulgaria in the last round? Man, I can't remember 30 years ago and I wasn't playing in the tournament. Did we beat Bulgaria in the last round, Yasser? Yasser's got to remember. It's only 30 years ago. Come on, Yasser. I thought we beat Bulgaria. And I thought England was fighting for a medal. Man, England had a pretty good team. John Donaldson said, the Bulgarians are tougher than the ratings. They all look like they've been in fights recently. Good old John Donaldson. The hotel was really crummy. I don't remember that, but I believe it. Yeah, man, that was a Novi Sad. That was a long time ago. I was the Belgian women's team captain. It doesn't make any sense, but it was true. Actually, I was the analyst. I wasn't the captain. Yeah, those were good times or something. They were something. What are my thoughts on Mayhem and the Mora? Isn't that book 20 years old? What? All right, Yasser's on the stream. It's time to show your appreciation by donating a lot of subs. I'm not sure how that works out that way. Just do it. Yeah. How do you spell that, Ben? What, Novi Sad? What? How do I spell what? What did I do? 200 centidues from Grunge War. Go Yasser. Belgium women's team analyst. I think Yasser's making a joke, but it's like 3 a.m. where he is, so I don't know. Yeah. Man, Belgium did great that tournament. The women did. The men didn't do well. Terrible. 3.1. That's right, 311. It's Novi Sad. Yeah, he knows how to spell Novi Sad. We were talking about something else. Yeah. Go Yasser, but don't go. Yeah. It's 311 where I am too. That's good. All right, let's go to the next game. That game was pretty good. That was too good for my stream. We got to look at some terrible game. Over the board club league match, I was white. How was it until the blunder? ECF 95 white, 125 black, 75-minute time control. All right. This is from the Fitz. All right. It said he got so mad after the game he threw a fits. Maybe it doesn't say that. Maybe I made that up. All right, so we got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. Yes, sir, are you analyzing, are you doing the women's tomorrow or do you have a day off? Let's see. Fitz is black or white? White, black. I was white. Okay, so the Fitz, and he's 95 ECF versus 125 ECF. All right. Come on, baby, let's do the Fitz. He's like, I hope I have a day off. Yeah. Not a poker player. But Yasser knows how to play backgammon. Why is it called Discord? I don't know. Everybody likes Discord but me. Causing discord. Yeah. My stepson's the world's leading authority on Discord. Hey, Yasser, my stepson, Karen's son, he's a math genius, and he got 800 on the SAT math portion when he was 12. He took the SAT a few weeks ago, and he got 1590, and he got 36 on the ACT, which is perfect. And then he took some subject tests and he got 800 on all of them also. So go Holden. Hooray for Holden. 500 centidues from Debugger2B. We just looked at your game, I think. Anyway, Karen can explain it further because, it's her son. Mark John 86 subscribed. Hooray. Yeah, today's only analysis. Yeah. We were at MIT in February at a math competition. That competition was unfair because everybody was the smartest kid in the world. That's why it was unfair. No, my favorite Holden story, which isn't funny to anybody but me, but I find it funny. That's my stream. There was a calculus math competition at Clemson for high school kids, which Matt Larson thought was weird that it was just calculus and the kids were in high school. He said most high schools don't have calculus. Okay, but anyway, so I woke up at ass in the morning. I fit all the kids in Karen's car, and we drove up to Clemson, which is 2.5 hours. So we win, because we always win. And one part of the test was a 50-question multiple choice, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't multiple choice. Doesn't matter. There's 50 questions. There were several tests that lasted all day. One of them was 50 questions. And I want to remind you that our team won. Okay, I'm reminding you that. One of the kids on our team got 2 out of 50. 2. Our team won. So that's how hard 2. And he was on our team. He got 2. Okay, that's how I would do, except it's 2 more than I would have got. But anyway, Holden got 42 on that part of the test. I think the second best was like 28 in the whole competition. So anyway, yeah, I like that story. That one of our kids got 2 and we still won. What kind of tests are these? All right, Fen Beingold. Yeah, Holden was doing calculus when he was like 5. So yeah. Matt Larson. That's right, yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, Matt Larson got a math degree at Yale and now he's getting his PhD at Stanford. And still terrible. There's no chess on this stream. I just talked to Yasser about stuff that happened 30 years ago. Yeah. That's right. Go Karen. Where's Karen? Yeah. Karen's hiding in the, something. She's sleeping like a grandmaster. Then later tonight, sleeping with a grandmaster. She got it all covered. Okay, so the guy who sent this in was white. It's Akira Khan. This is also the famous game Feingold Sarawan U.S. Championship. I don't know, 2012. I don't know. Whatever the last time Yasser beat me was. Although I moved my knight somewhere. I don't know. Okay. Knight f3, bishop g4. Bishop e2 is a bit passive. Bishop g4 is a bit aggressive. So you would either play knight f6 or knight c6 here. You wouldn't play bishop g4. All right, so white didn't care. He played passively. All right, so we're getting some kind of transposition to some kind of London, I guess. a6, stopping queen b5 check, which may or may not be needed to be stopped. c4. Normally, white wants the center closed, and white plays like a lunatic and tries to mate black. But I guess white didn't want to do that. All right. I would definitely take that, but he played knight c6, which is okay. That's a strange move. I think taking this and making these pawns weak would make more sense. H6 is not a move I would have played. C5. Could definitely take the knight now, but he played here. That's legal. Took the knight. Good. Nice bishop. Good position for white. Bishop d2. Not a move I would have thought of. Now black should play knight d7 and kick that knight out, but he took advantage of the bishop not being on f4. All right. Bishop d8. What is he? Hikaru Nakamura with bishop d8? Hikaru likes to do that. All right. Well, the position's about equal, I guess. That move doesn't look very good. You guys are always doing that, and I keep yelling at you guys. You guys always trade when you legally can do so. However, here it actually makes sense because this knight's on this pawn. So now I look terrible. So trading actually was right. Boo. Man, he's never kicking this knight out. He's never playing knight d7. He's just getting harassed here the whole game. All right, finally white's obviously better. Man, a5 looks pretty dangerous. Jesus. Knight e4, easily kicked out, and he goes back. All right. Okay, and after queen a4, black is in a lot of trouble. Yeah, I don't know why black wasn't interested in playing knight d7 earlier, kicking this knight out. Queen takes c6 is okay, but queen takes b4 is even stronger. Then we trade everything, and the c6 pawn is indefensible. And you're just going to lose this pawn. So this is going to be bad. That pawn's going to be too good. Okay, queen c6. b3, that's legal. The engine prefers queen a7. But okay, b3 makes sense. Rook b2, 98, 93. These moves are better than these guys' ratings. Nobody ever moves their king up in the ending. I don't understand it. Nobody will do it. There's no king moves in this game. Okay, now black is back in business. Black can play knight g7 to f5 and attack this really weak pawn, and the engine says it's equal. Even though this pawn's weak and these are passed pawns, if black can take that pawn, he's got good counterplay. So the engine says this is equal now, but black played a very, very, very strange move. He wanted to play rook a4, but that doesn't work. So that was really bad. Needed to activate his knight. White earlier should have been moving his king up the board, Nigel Short style. Okay, so white's winning. King f7 is just a blunder. That just blunders a piece. He's losing anyway now, but okay, you can't just hang a piece like that. That's the way they should have been playing earlier. That's what their ratings are. Terrible. So basically, white was getting a bind on the position, and black needed to alleviate the pressure, didn't do it right, and was losing. And then in this position, instead of like just moving his king up and winning and playing normal, he just started making lots of pawn moves. And now after here, the pawn's indefensible. And he didn't do it, and he ended up losing a piece. And hopefully there were no more surprises. Okay, there were a lot of surprises this game. All right, rook b1 doesn't make any sense. Rook c1 makes a little sense. Then he just hung his knight. Basically, any move wins except knight g8. He found the only move that didn't win, because the knight and the king are lined up here. So knight here wins, rook f1 check wins. Everything wins. But he found a move that doesn't win. That wasn't easy. All right, now we have a game again. Okay, now black is close to winning. It says c7 and the game ended. I don't know why the game ended. Why did the game end? Let me see. How was it until the blunder? It was very good. This says c7 and black wins. That's what it says. Okay. The engine says it's probably a draw. I mean, white puts the rook here, and the pawns are really weak. It prefers black, but it says that, it's like +1. So if two super GMs were playing, I guess sometimes black will win, sometimes it'd be a draw. I don't know. It says black is +1. So I don't know about resigning. White played c7, then white resigned? That's weird. So the game sort of ended for no reason, but Black blundered a piece in the ending with king f7, allowing his knight to be pinned. Then white blundered a piece, allowing rook g7, forking his king and knight. Otherwise, I thought the game was pretty good. There were two blunders of pieces, and then the rest of the game, I thought the players played better than their rating. So that was my opinion. Yeah. Also, Yasser wants to play these guys for money. Yeah. Yasser said that was a weird mix of really good and really bad moves. Yeah, welcome to my world. Yeah. Yeah. Do they trade when it is illegal? Yes. They do. Yeah. So anyway, that was something. Yeah. All right. So yeah, that happens, Yasser. A lot of games are me praising the players for playing pretty good, and then just like 5 blunders in a row. I'm like, what? Yeah. That also happens to me when I play extra rated games here at the Chess Center. Like there's a bye and somebody doesn't have a game. So Karen plays them, or Archer plays them, or Spencer plays them. And occasionally I play them. And, usually just give a piece away every move and I win. But sometimes they don't. They just play fine. And I'm like, what the hell? And then I move 30. They're like, don't worry about it. I'm going to hang every piece eventually, but give me a few moves. And then I'm like, oh, okay. Now you just have to wait for it. But, yeah. But my friend Wes Berger, who's about 2,300, when he was in his 60s, he came to a tournament I was directing in Michigan. We were going to go out to eat afterwards. And I said, hey, Wes. Wes showed up at the wrong time. I said, this guy has a bye. Do you want to play an extra rated game? Wes hasn't played a rated game since like 1980. And he's like, all right. The guy's rating was 500. So Wes won. And I said, how'd the guy play? And he said, yeah, he played like he was about 500. So, yeah, the guy hung a piece like every 5 moves. So I moved 25. Wes was 5 pieces up. So, but yeah, it was a fine game. The players had mercy on the commentators. That's right. Yeah. Go Yasser, but never leave. Okay, so that was a chess game of sorts. Online classical league match, 45-minute, 45-second increment. I was white. 1689 versus 6032. Okay. And he's pretty happy. Come on, big money, big money, big money, no whammy, stop. $10. Can I play you? I'm the best player in the Milky Galaxy. The Milky Galaxy? What? Normally I would play you, but the way you said Milky Galaxy, that's making me snicker. 1689 versus 1632. I was white. Okay. 1689, 1632. Yes, sir. Were you ever that strength? Or like when you learned the moves, you were already better than that? The Crab Nebula. All right. That's an important nebula in Futurama. Yeah. Yeah, when Yasser learned the rules of chess, he was already better than these guys. Man, harsh. The truth hurts. 475 viewers. No, we need to train. You were terrible. What? You weren't terrible. I don't believe that. I never believe you were terrible. Okay, so white played the Scotch. Okay. Usually, Yasser on my stream, this is the only move that's ever played. In fact, there was a game today, and that was played. He played actually a book move. That's confusing. All right, this looks like every Kasparov-Karpov game ever played. Some GMs think bishop a6 is best. Some GMs think knight b6 is best. When I lived in Belgium, before you guys were born, Luc Winans was the authority in Belgium on double king pawn, and he claimed to me that this move is better. And I was like, all right. I think grandmasters still play both of them, but all right. b3, knight b6. Isn't this like every Kasparov-Karpov game from 1990? The guy actually annotated the game. He says G6 question mark, Queen E4 question mark. All right, well. Yeah, usually black is castling queenside at some point. Yeah, the engine doesn't like that move. Queen e4, trying to get his bishop out, I assume. Bishop b4. Rook d1 seems very strange to me, but it looks all right. Long castle. Now the engine wants to play c5. This looks a lot like the games from the 1990 match that Kasparov beat Karpov. Yeah. Very suspicious. Luke is still the Belgium authority. That's right. Yeah. The Milky Galaxy is good. Yeah. Yeah. You got to live somewhere. Okay, the engine says c5 is really strong because, like, we're threatening the bishop, and we're threatening this bishop, and we're threatening this knight. So it really likes that. It says white's winning after c5, plus 2.3. Instead, he played a3, f5, confusing the audience. Okay, queen f4 is legal. Bishop d6, also legal. Bishop e2, now you can take the bishop. The engine wants to play g5 here, but it says this move is also playable. Knight f3 is now best, and he played it. Yeah, the engine just says white's winning because black's pieces here are just absolutely terrible. Castles is good. Yeah, I mean, black's just completely lost here. All of his pieces are horrible. This is horrible for black. So e6 is now crushing because if you take it, then knight takes e6. So e6 is like plus 5. Rook e1 is also winning. Everything's winning. He played e6 finally. Bishop g5. And white just decided to win a piece, which is fine. Now, sometimes I accuse people of playing they're an engine because they're playing with an engine. That's why I do that. This is a very good example of your opponent's using an engine. Okay, Yasser would never find the engine move here for white. Never. Even if I told him, I said, Yasser, what's the engine move? Yasser wouldn't find it. So when your opponent plays this move, it's 100% it's an engine. No human would ever play this move ever. It would never occur to them. And it's barely better than like the non-engine moves. But it's not a human move. It's a move a human would never think of. But the engine gives it the high score. So that's why, no, Yasser would consider queen g5 and queen c7 and take this and take this. Move here. Yasser would consider all the normal moves. But Yasser wouldn't consider the engine move because it makes no sense. Actually, the engine now is giving it a lower mark than just moving the queen away. Yeah, queen f3 is the engine move now. But the move I was talking about is c5. The engine likes c5 a lot. Then it sort of changed its mind. All the moves are plus 9 because it's my stream. 9. But a human's not going to play c5. So if you're playing like a blitz or a rapid game on the internet and your opponent plays c5 here, that's how you know they're cheating. Because humans don't consider moves like that. The answer is like c5. What are you talking about? Right. Yeah, the engine's like c5. Go c5. What? That's a funny move. The variations are also very funny. The first engine move now is this. This is the second engine move. And the third engine move is my favorite. This. That's the third one. That's the third best move. All right. c5. Okay, so the guy played queen takes g5 because he wanted to win a piece. That's the human move. Humans like being up a piece. All right. And I assume nothing funny happened this game. And white just takes all of black's pieces. I hope nothing funny happened here. Okay, and black resigned. I mean, white just crushed black that game. White played very well. That position's very hard to handle strategically, even for grandmasters. So if club players are getting these positions like after move 10, they're just not going to play very well. But white played okay, I thought. White could have played better, like one quicker, but white understood the position better than black did. That's a tough position to play strategically for either color. Yeah, very interesting, that line in the Scotch. C5. Bishop C4. Yeah. Yasser's like, wait a minute. What's happening here? Yeah. See, Yasser has a problem when he plays chess. When he's playing, he doesn't like play and then look down a lot and then play perfect every move. That's his problem. If Yasser could look down a little more, then, and only then. $10. Do you have a schedule for releasing current games and what game you're analyzing next? What? You keep donating $10 and asking questions I don't get, but keep doing it. Yeah, you can put, a lot of my streams now are viewer game analysis, which it says in the title of the stream, and you post your games to Discord, which it says in the title of the stream. If you want to get to my Discord, you type !Discord or whatever. On the bottom of my stream, there's a label, there's a panel, and then you post your game there, and in the order they're posted, I analyze them. And there's like 50 of them there. So, yeah. Anyway, if you don't understand Discord, please ask Yasser. He'll explain it. Where is my script? I left the script at home, Yasser. I left it. Fret God gave several cent to do's. Yay. It's funny, the hospital my mom is in is the same one my daughter was born in. And I took my daughter to visit my mom on Saturday, and that was her first time in that hospital since she was born. And she said, yeah, it looks the same. So, don't ask Yasser. That is correct. Current events YouTube series. Well, I was visiting my mom in the hospital in Michigan, so I didn't stream the last 3 days. There we go. Yay. Wait, Kagura, I still don't understand. Can you ask again? Yeah, current events. There's current events, like there was the Norway tournament. The next current events I do will probably be the U.S. Championship. But I was away, so I couldn't do current events because I wasn't here. I might do some U.S. Women's Championship games. I don't know yet. But I'll definitely do the U.S. Championship. Yeah. Half and half. That's correct. See, if Yasser watched a lot of Futurama, he would know it's third, and third, or something. All right, let's get a train started. Also, ask more questions and donate $10. I like that. If I was Bobby Fischer, I could get $10,000 a question. Okay, so White played really well that game. And White just played well and Black didn't play as well. You're pretty happy with the game? Yeah, I would be too. That was Rylor 3000. That's who submitted that game. Rylor 3000. Okay, the next game is from Limadado. 15-minute, he's 1,400, his opponent's 1,400, and Limadado was Black. Let's see. And then, let's see, so we got 1405 and 1460. 60, and then Limadado, try to pronounce it differently every time, 1405, and you were Black. Wait, I spelled his name wrong, even though I spelled it wrong anyway. I just left out the M there. Okay, I passed Lima, Ohio when I was driving back and forth to Atlanta to Detroit. So there you go. Let's see, are we going to order in Discord? No, but Fem Beingold... no, Fem Beingold, the last time I looked at your game, you donated $50 twice. So yes, sir. Whatever my moderators say, if you donate enough, your game goes to the top of the list, irrespective of the moderators. That's right. Yeah, Fem Beingold's actually 2,300 rated. Yeah, but yeah, when you donate like $1 million, somehow your game goes to the top of the list. I don't know how that happens. Somehow, yeah, that's what happened. Okay, so this game was submitted by Black, played a French. Bishop d3, we've seen that on my stream recently. It went takes, knight here, bishop here. There was a game a few days ago. I wonder if Yasser, in a slow-rated game, has ever faced bishop d3. Because Yasser's had Black in this position, but he's probably not facing bishop d3 very much. Yeah. Irrespective. That is true. Tippy top of the list. That is correct. The apex. Only once. All right, knight f6 isn't the refutation, that's for sure. Okay, so we transpose into some pawn sacrifice. Queen b6, I don't think that's a move. If you don't like queen b6, Yasser, I got another move you won't like. Queen c2. Yeah, queen c2. There's good and there's not good. Queen c2 is not good. That weakens the d pawn. It walks into knight b4. Yeah, the queen c2 is not a good move. Okay, now, both sides were very interested in this move, I guess. Somebody has to be interested in it. Yasser and I aren't interested in it, but you guys are, so that's good. So instead of playing some normal move like taking or knight c6, black played h6. All right, that's legal. Knight c6, knight b d2. Okay, I'd probably take on d4, but all right. Now he stops knight b4, that's good. c4 is explosive. Queen c7, b3, wow. That's not a move I would have played, but it's okay. I just wouldn't have played it. Normally, black is getting some bishop here, knight here, castling, but black's not doing any of that. So I sort of like white here. All right. Well, now black can play b4, or white can play b4 here. So that's not a good move. Yeah, b4 would be really strategically good for white. All right, he took. That was his plan. D takes is good. Then we have d5. Then black's doing fine. This move's all right. Knight d2. b5 again. That's not very good. But just taking something is fine for black. b5 is a target. a4. Very good move strategically. Takes, hanging a pawn. So instead of taking this with check, the ultimate Zwischenzug, he just took back. So I mean, just taking this wins a pawn. Oh, check. b4 is an interesting move. a5 is an interesting move. All these moves. Now bishop b5 check when it doesn't make any sense. All right. All right, and now finally black is better, although the engine says white's better. I think Yasser would take black. Although Yasser probably wouldn't play here. He'd probably castle. Okay. Now it says white's lost. Yeah, this isn't good because this is a pin. So queen a4 is not helping the pin. That's not good. Yeah. Now black has an excellent move which he missed. This is actually a really important move. Bishop to g5. Attacks the rook. The rook can't move horizontally because the bishop's hanging. And when it moves here, then this is permanently pinned. We can double rooks here, and white's just going to lose eventually. You can't break the pin. So bishop g5 would be winning. Played a6, which is also good for black. Okay, good. Setting up for the next game. Good. Rook a1. Now we play, as in the game, Julian Hodgson and Len Biddle. King here, although that game he did that. But all right. $10. Played 3 games today, crushed my opponent, then stalemate. Happened all 3 games. Are you serious? If you want to win those games after the fact, send an email to Nigel Short and tell him what happened, and he'll declare you the winner of all 3 games. Charlotte Chess Center's rating. It's a Charlotte Chess Center raid. Yay, go Peter. What's going on? Black is better. How'd that happen? You know, things happen in these games, Yasser. All right, so he's going to move his king on up, but no, not really. Yay, go Peter. Okay, so king f1's good. These moves are good. Move your king up. Never, f3 is never good, but it is here. The h5 is good. It's funny, white should play f3 to keep the king out, and black should play f6, but never do that. Okay, now this bishop is much better than this bishop, but black decided to trade the bishops off anyway. Very suspicious. Going from close to winning to equal. All right, now he played rook a2. All right, that's okay. Rook b4 is good. King there is good. Rook check is good. King e2 is good. And white should have played h4 check like 4 moves in a row, but he never did, and black snuck in h4. That's good. You got to sneak those moves in. Okay, I'm not sure I would take on g3 or play f6. Now it's equal again. Suspicious moves. Okay, so we're back to equal. g4 is a very interesting move. It's still equal, but it's exciting. So that's good. 5,000 Senzadoos. Moving to the top of the list. I'll try this out. I'm posting a game now. I do want to discuss the reason I chose a couple of moves, such as bishop g5. If it was one move, I'd let you get away with it. But for a couple moves, I don't know. I want to see 5,000 more. Remove the only king side. Comp liked black, but I was human. Bishop, I wanted to remove his king side defender. Bishop d2, 3-0 against the 2400. I wasn't sure about the sack yet, but I did it later. Okay. 3-0 against the 2400. And Fem Beingold's like 23 something. Yeah. Okay, so this is a draw because there's no pawns left. So that's what happens when there's no pawns left. That move is a blunder and loses. So king e4 is a draw because we're on this pawn or on this pawn. Just all totally drawn. King g4 is also a draw, but white's a little better. Now it says white's winning. And this is what happened. And this is what happened. Yeah, and now the king is on g5, which is really bad. So if white plays in standard fashion, like rook here, and pushes the pawn, if black takes and gets the rook behind the pawn, black actually loses. He's not quick enough. That's what she said. Okay, now king h7 draws, king g7 draws, king d4 draws, king c7 and king b7 draw. Does king c6 draw? King c6 also draws, and king b6. Yeah, so king a6 draws. So there's a few moves that draw here for black, but black can't make any of them. So white's going to check and queen. So after rook a8, black has to find something else to do, which isn't this. Okay, but he's just losing. The engine just says black resigns. So just the standard way of winning works because you want to check and then make a queen. But instead, white played rook d6. Now it's just a dead draw. Right, now everything draws every move. So white was winning near the end if instead of playing rook d6, he just played rook a8 and pushed the pawn this way and then check. The king's in a bad position for that kind of winning attempt for white. It actually works because you can't stop him from checking and queening. So rook a8 was winning, rook d6 was a draw, and in this position, king e4 is a draw, king takes is a draw, and this is the only legal move that loses, and he found it. So you have to earn your rating. So, yeah. Let's see, what Fem Beingold do? Where's my other 5,000? I mean, good job. All right, he didn't fall for the next 5,000. King h4, king g3, rook g7. Okay, let's see if my brother's right. He says, Night Yasser, thanks for hanging out. My brother wants to do this and get some kind of Vancouver position. All right, let's see. The engine says plus a billion, so I guess not. Well, I mean, my king can walk over here, so you'd have to do... You can't play there. Yeah, I mean, don't I just do this and win? King c5 and this pawn. You can't defend that pawn, so... Yeah. Right, if these pawns aren't on the board, then it would be a draw. Yeah, but with the pawns on the board, I can hide. $100, Bradford 61. All right, have a good night, Yasser, and have a good bishop. Thanks for stopping by. Also, get some sleep. All right, Yasser left, so I'm going to leave too. Thanks, everyone. Bye. Yeah, for the last hour or so, I wanted to get Perrier and go to the bathroom, but Yasser was here, so I'm not gonna leave when Yasser's here. Hopefully, he was talking in the thing. Yeah, I lost a lot of weight when I left. Paper towel roll is here. It's not much left. Best show ever. It got better when I left. Yeah, that's true. Where's all the donations? Unsub, that is correct. You were wanted. By who, Karen? Sound right. All right. Probably he'll give another amount of money after I analyze it. But thanks, Bradford. That was pretty good. If that was your name. If it wasn't your name, sorry. All right. Delete. Delete. By deleting all the games, your game is next. And by your game being next, there's like 50 games in front of you. Fen Beingold. Man, even after you posted, there's a game after you. Somebody posted, their opponent was 2,400 also. Wow. Okay, this is a 3-minute game played by Fen Beingold, who's in the 2,300s. So Fen B, 23, I don't know, 45. And then 2,400-ish-esque, something. And then, all right. Now, I've analyzed this game before, which is going to be a surprise to Fen Beingold. And when I analyzed it, coincidentally, I was in Philadelphia. And in Philadelphia, the analysis for this game is worth $50. All right. Man, Perry is great. That's right. It's worth $50. This watch tells time simultaneously in Rome and Gstaad. You got a receipt? Man, this watch is so hot, it's smoking. Are you insinuating that watch is stolen? All right. All right. Fen Beingold wants to do some analysis, he said. So far, it's all theory. Okay, even I know this. I've played this with, Bishop D3, I don't know. What's Bishop D3? What's that all about? Bishop C4 is the main move. Then knight here, bishop here, pawn here, queen takes, knight A3, Papa John's. Some of that analysis I made up, but I think it was right. Yeah, what's Bishop D3 is a move I don't know. Bishop B4 is C4 is every Grandmaster game ever played. Okay, this move is already off the charts. Okay, he played E6 when, just take the pawn is obviously right. Okay, he didn't take the pawn before. He's not taking it now. All right, you should take, but you castled. That's fine. All right, so nobody's taking this pawn. Finally. Could play knight b4 and force your bishop somewhere. Like knight here. But all right, d6 is okay. ED6 is okay. Queen d6 is correct. All right, so somehow we've transposed into like a queen pawn opening from the Smith-Morra. Although it could be a c3 Sicilian, obviously, which it is. All right, so black has a lot of moves. He chose b6. Not a big engine favorite, but all right. Knight e4 is legal. C7 is a really strange move with the c file open. But I must admit, it's hard. All the squares seem stupid. All of them, especially that one. So, all right. Leader is French for giving me some goddamn Perrier. That is correct. All right, bishop g5, and you were complaining that the engine doesn't like this move. It wants you to play like bishop here. Is that what you were complaining? I understand what you did, and I understand what the engine says. See, the engine says, I'm not getting mated, so this is good for black. You're a human, and you're like, I have a better chance of mating him if I trade the bishops, because then his bishop doesn't defend g5. So you're both right. You do have a better chance of mating him, and in a 3-minute game against a human, that's probably a good move as far as the result of the game. But if two supercomputers are playing, that gives black a bigger advantage because when you trade all the pieces off, you're not, you have an isolated D pawn. So normally when you have an attack, you want to keep all the pieces on. You don't want to go into an endgame where you just have a weak pawn. So the engine doesn't see the attack. The engine doesn't believe the attack. So that move is bad, according to the engine. You're like, if the bishop's not on e7, I'll mate him because his pieces are all over there. So let's trade that. So you're both right, but you're more right than the engine. And the reason is weird. A very unusual reason. The reason you're right and the engine isn't is you gave me $50. Now, if you watch Seinfeld, and if you don't watch Seinfeld, go watch Seinfeld. On Seinfeld, the whole episode, George is trying to get this apartment, and there's a guy who's an Andrea Dory survivor, and, the boat sank, and they're going to give him the apartment, but then George proves his life is worse than that guy's, so George thinks he has the apartment, and there's some other guy in the apartment, a third guy. I think it was the guy who dated Elaine that episode. Anyway, and George is like, how did you get the apartment? And the guy's like, I gave the super $50. So that's, yeah. Did I see Patrick Wolf is playing? Come on, the tournament ended today. What are you guys talking about? Yeah. $10. Why do you assume I'm a human? I'm actually a Volkswagen engine. If you were a Volkswagen engine, you'd give me Deutschmarks, 999. There's no way you would do that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who's better, Joel Benjamin, Benjamin Bach, or me. I guess not me. God damn. Now, the last 3 slow games that I've played Joel Benjamin that were rated, I'm 3-0. But that doesn't mean I'm better than him. And 2 of them were in U.S. championships, and 1 was on his birthday. And also, Charlotte Chess Center rated me just now, about 20 minutes ago. And as I was driving back from Michigan yesterday, he texted me, and he said, I just looked at your game with Benjamin from the 2010 U.S. Championships. God damn. And I was like, that's Mike Hummer's favorite game. And then Peter liked the game less when he found that it was Mike Hummer's favorite game. But, yeah. Let's see. 50. Edmund Fitzgerald's voice. That's, yeah, good Seinfeld quote. Very good. Okay, 500 viewers to do. Okay, so Bishop G5, you were hoping to get rid of his only defensive piece on the king side, and the engine's like, why are you trading pieces? Now the engine takes that bishop, and after you take with the knight, it plays h6. But your opponent just developed his bishop, which the engine does not like. It wants you to go back here. That's funny. Okay, so you played rook c1. Good, that's what I would do. Rook c8's okay. Then you play crazy like Fox News, knight e5. God damn. You did the all eggs in one basket variation, which works quite well in 3 minutes. This stream's doing so well, I'm going to sponsor Perrier. God damn. Yes, it is very complicated. Yeah, the engine, the Stockfish, is actually changing what move it wants to play for black. At first it said this, which I would never play. Then it said this, then it said this, then it's like, I don't know, leave me alone. Now it's saying queen d8, because this is an annoying pin. $9.99. Who's your favorite chess player and why is it Paul Morphy? Because you asked a question about him and gave me $9.99. That's why. Go Kagura 96. Keep asking questions. Am I going to try to qualify? What do I have to do that? Sit here streaming, drinking bottles of Perrier? Is that how you qualify? I hope so. If it is, boy, am I going to try to qualify. All right. So after getting to depth 26, it says queen d8's the best move. Problem with knight e5 and bishop g5 is the same. White's moving forward to attack to pieces that black has defended, so there could be a lot of trades. When there's a lot of trades, there's not so much attack. Now, the reason it works is black isn't defending properly because black's a human and it's a 3-minute game. So queen d8, then there's a lot of trades. The knight's not pinned anymore. The queen and bishop are on this bishop. The knight, give me the knight. To knight. I never did like the c7 square for the queen. So this is better for black according to the engine. And this move is equal, after which white would sack all his pieces. Okay, your opponent played h6, putting in an h. You spend the whole stream telling me you want to sack all your pieces and throw your pieces at your opponent. And in this position, the engine takes on h6 and you did not. God damn. And I understand not taking on h6, but your attitude has been that of a person who wants to take on h6. And the idea is, if he takes it, if he doesn't take it, why not? Queen g4 check. You don't want to play king here because you're walking into that. You're walking into discover check. Whoa! So you play king h8, and now you can attack the h-pawn from either h5 or h3. And then if you let him take the pawn, white's winning. You can't play king h7, so king g7 is forced. And I guess in this position, you couldn't see any way to continue attacking, so you stopped. If you saw this much, which you probably didn't. And the engine actually is thinking about bishop b5, putting pressure on this guy with your rook, knight, and bishop. And it actually prefers white. It says white's better. I don't know. It's too complicated for me. I resign. Okay, so bishop h6 is the engine move, but you retreated, which is also good because you saw that weakness there and you thought you were lined up on the bubble up. I mean, I agree. Bishop d2 is a lot safer. Now your opponent should play either knight here or here according to the engine. And he played a good move. This says queen g4 is better than queen h5, although as a human, I would have trouble playing queen g4 and walking into that. And knight takes knight attacks my queen. So I would definitely play queen h5. I agree. And your opponent played the correct move. Knight takes d4. And you could sack on h6 again. You could also play rook here. But you took the rook. That seems pretty human of you. Queen takes and bishop takes are both okay. Bishop takes is the engine move. You did sack on h6. Very good. He has to take it, otherwise you just stole a pawn. It doesn't like queen h6 or queen g4. It says that he's fine here. Obviously, queen h6 is the move. Yeah, this is really, 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 really scary in a 3-minute game. Even in a tournament game, it's scary. Your opponent played the best move, knight f5. God damn. Your opponent's defending pretty well. Okay, and finally your opponent made a mistake. It says knight g7 or bishop b4 is winning for white, for black. See, now after knight g7, some of you think this is mate, but the knight actually defends the mate. So there's nothing. And bishop b4 is good too because it attacks the rook. The rook can't go to e3 because the knights are here. And then the queen's going to be on this bishop later. Bishop b7's okay. Your opponent played knight f6, and that says you have a draw now. So that's a tiny error. But I mean, in a 3-minute game, if I'm assuming your opponent has about a minute left here, I'm probably going to take white if I had to pick a side. In a slow game, I would take black. I'd think 10 minutes a move, I would blunder and lose, but you got to take black because you're up a piece. But yeah, basically you're throwing the kitchen sink at him, and eventually he failed, which is common, even for a high-rated player. Check is correct. Knight g7 it doesn't like. It just wants to play king h8. Now you made a very good move. And these are the kind of moves that guys like you miss. When I say guys like you, I mean the guys who are watching the stream, not you in particular, Fen Beingold. I mean the other guys, not you. Okay? When you guys are attacking on the king side, you guys like turn your head and you like stick your tongue out like my dog, and you're like, how do I mate him? But there's a whole chessboard, right? So it could be you have mate on the other side of the board. You can win a queen. You can do something good. In this position, white only has one good move, and black didn't see it because black was fixated on, all these arrows that I'm about to draw, right? That's what black was thinking about. Is this going to hurt me? Right? And black was like, no, I'm fine. And then you found the correct move, knight c6, because now you're threatening the queen. And if the queen moves away, you take the bishop with check, then take the knight on f6 with check and win. And now the position is slightly better for white, and white was in trouble before. And now black has to find the only move, and he ain't going to find it. In a slow game, probably he would find it if he's 2400. Probably. In a 3-minute game, never. Never. Not never, not ever. But your opponent did a good job proving he wasn't using an engine. So that's good. Tongue was hanging out. Knight takes e4 was played. Knight d5 exclam is correct, Brimaz. Take that question mark and make it an exclam. Knight d5, the only move. Defending his bishop and attacking the queen. Now here's the engine line, which is crazy like Fox News. You have to play either knight f6 check or queen h6. They're about the same evaluation. We'll play knight f6. You have to take with the bishop because your queen's hanging. Queen here, threatening mate and the queen. So you have to play knight f5. Bishop f5, threatening mate and the queen. So you take it. Now you take the queen. You take back. And we're done. The game's done as far as the millions of tactics. Black has 3 pieces for a queen and a pawn. 3 pieces I would take over a queen and a pawn normally. But white has an extra pawn. White has a passed pawn, and black has double pawns, and black's king is no good. So the engine says white's slightly better. All right, I don't know. Both sides resign. Okay, that's when you know everybody's got a computer, when they're cheating like that. Now, your opponent didn't play knight d5, probably because he didn't see it. And he played knight takes e4, suggested by the Gawking Ramble. Now, what's funny about knight takes e4 is white has many legal moves here. I would say 26, 27, if I was guessing. And all of them lose except the one that wins. And the one that wins is plus 10. And the one that wins is pretty obvious. Knight takes check. The king can't go to the H file because you'll checkmate on the H file. So you have to take... Oh, you didn't take. You play king H7. Well, that gets mated if you play right, which you didn't. He has to take with a queen, and you're just up a queen. So knight takes e4 is like 4 question mark move. After this, you have a forced mate if you play rook takes, because you're threatening rook here mate. It's double check and mate. So he has to take this, so his king has this square. And now you play rook g4 check, or rook... Let's play rook h4, because that's funnier. Double check. And then rook h8 check, and so on. Yeah. That would have been nice. Okay, instead, after king h7, you won in a shallow and pedantic way. Also forced mate. Okay, and now you're only plus 9. Plus 11. All right, he took, which makes sense. Queen h4. Yeah. And he resigned. So yeah, he made a horrible blunder with knight takes e4. When knight d5, the game would have continued. And your attack was moderately unsound. But in a 3-minute game, good enough. It's a 3-minute game. Give yourself a break. Now, of course, you don't want to play the mate when you can win the queen. When you win the queen, then you could just make a million moves in a row. If you miscalculate the mate and it's not mate, you're like, damn, I could have won a queen. So you always do what's the easiest. Etc. Mainly, etc. Stop losing internet for so long. 5,000 centitudes. Ooh, I got an emote because of your cheer. Thank you. Yay, I got a new emote. Yay. The K-pop selfie. That's the emote I wanted. I mean, yeah, maybe. Where's my new emote so I can show off to the world? Frequently used. Ben Feingold. I think I have to refresh. I always have to refresh. I never see anything. Man. It says I have a new emote, but it's lying. All right. Is that the Mbop emote or it's the K-pop emote? Yay, 5,000 centidues. The more you donate, the more money I have. And you guys embarrassed me in front of Yasser. You didn't, the train died at level 2? Now Yasser's going to think that's what kind of stream I have. Bishop d3 is probably not a good move, but it doesn't matter very much. It's not like it loses, it just doesn't, it's not as good as the standard move. But you can make it your move. You can play Bishop D. I know what you meant. You can play Bishop D3 if you want. Then nobody will know it. That's what people do. That's your pet variation. Pet variation, probably not as good as the real variation. What are you going to do? You're Samoan. The more you don't donate, the more I ignore you. Who said that? Man, is that person banned yet? You are my biggest fan. Well, how much do you weigh? Because some of my fans are pretty big. 500, 600 pounds. So I don't know. You better start eating. You want to be my biggest fan. I mean, you're my biggest fan. So if I don't play you, what are you going to do? If you were like, I don't know if I like you. If you play me, I will, but then I have to play you. But you're my biggest fan already, so, yeah. All right. Now, on these streams, I don't play people. I analyze games from people who give me lots of money. Yay, go lots of money. Man, a lot of people have given games since you did. This is Fox Newsworthy. All right, back to the beginning. Unless somebody wants to give me $1 million, then, Okay, the next game is from B9 Czech. And his game is a Scandi. He doesn't... Oh, I was white. It was a 3-minute game, and we're both about 1650. I was just going to say he didn't say anything about the game, but he did. All right, so let's see. B9 Czech is his name on Discord. 1650-ish. And you're playing 1650-esque. Slightly different than ish. This is a 3-minute game. All right, and then somebody did something, so give me a second. What'd you do? Joe Adams subscribe. What about Joe Mama? What about Joe Biden? Are you there on chess.com? Somebody is. Could I beat Morphe? I could today. Yeah. He'd probably lose on time. My internet dropped. Bishop d3, that could be your pet variation, but I wouldn't think it's better than Bishop c4. I think it's just different. So if that's what you like, you can do it, but, it's not giving you an advantage. Otherwise, grandmasters would do it. But there's nothing wrong with it. Flyhalf 2014 gave 1,000 centidues. Can you do my game? Where is your game? I mean, your game's not here. So you put the games on Discord, then I find them. Now, if it says Flyhalf 2014 and it's in Discord, then you'll have to donate more than that. Because look at the last guy. He gave 10,000 centidues. He's making you look bad. Your day Tucker speech. The more you donate, the more likely that, will you get to my game tonight? Would you give me $100? You're next, Bradford. Bradford donated $100. Are you Bradford61 on Discord or some other name? That's right. Even if you can't spell pieces, you don't care. Grunge War, go Hype Train. These guys are too rich for my blood. Well, Bradford gave $100, so I mean, he's moved to the top of the list. Okay, this is a game that the guy sent me, some guy. He's white and a Scandi. So I'll have to send this game immediately to Greg Shahadi because he thinks the Scandi loses, so he likes when white wins. He appreciates that. Okay, so this move is a blunder. Black has to play either a6, c6, or bishop f5 here. This move just loses. Bishop takes f7. This is a well-known, tactic. And also knight e5 is winning right away. That if they take the queen, you mate them, and they have to play bishop e6, and this position's just terrible for black. So bishop g4 is a blunder, and white didn't punish it. So now the game is just a normal game, about equal. Okay, g4, white's going for it, just like in Rocky. Go for it. Okay, b5 is good. Knight here. Knight there seems to not be a great move. Bishop takes is good. Queen takes is good. Yeah, black's just playing great this game. Except for his hanging the piece with bishop g4. Okay, so b4 is terrible because it lets white block up the queen side. Black should play a4 and play b4 later. Yeah, now after a4, the queen side's all blocked up. Now white's fine. h6 is also bad. h5 is a better way to keep the position blocked up. Well, here black plays a crazy move. Okay, you have to play queen f4 check and then just play chess. You can't take this and open up the h-file. God damn. Yeah, you can't do that. So hg is the losing move. Black was losing after bishop g4 in the opening because it blundered to bishop f7. Then it was equal the rest of the game where black was better. And then he took hg and opened the h-file. Now he's lost. Fen Beingold gifted a sub. Hooray. So yeah, you can't, black shouldn't open up this h-file. Always play king b1. And white's just winning now. Rook h2 is fine. Yeah, I mean, just winning down the h-file. Bishop takes e6, double exclam. Very nice. Excellent move. Beautiful. Great move. Man, he takes that. That's pretty dangerous. God damn. Man, talk about somebody attacking and somebody not attacking. Man. Bishop h7, g6, and now everything's mate. But this is the only mate in one. And he played it. All right, we're dying on level 4. We need something to happen with bits or subs, something. Yeah, so basically, there were 2 blunders this game. In this position, black played bishop g4, well-known blunder. Bishop f7 wins, knight e5 wins. Then black was fine. Black was better. Black was doing great. And then after g5, you got to play queen f4 check and leave the king side blocked. And he played here. Now, god damn. Yeah, now he's just winning. 500 centidues from Plektrumura. Thank you. 200 centidues from McJurgle. Also MC Jurgle. Yeah, now white's winning. Can't open that H-file. So black wasn't good at opening the files. In this position, black played b4, closing up the queen side. Had to play a4 and play b4 later. 200 centidues, already said that. Midgard Serpent subscribed, confusing me. Such strong support, level 5. $25 will make you a millionaire in Iran. But I mean, a millionaire, that's a specific, kind of number. Maybe the word for millionaire in Farsi is different. Etc. I'm the hilariousest or something. All right, now Bradford donated $100 dues, so I have to look at his game because he said so. I have to find his game too because there's like 700 games here in Discord. So give me like an hour. Hi Ben. What's the time control? Hi Ben. 5 hours. Hi Ben. Simon C. Slippin' Jimmy. 2600. Rufus Doofus. Was my game deleted? Kangaroo. Here's another game with Komsky. Let's see then. Kasparov. There it is. Bradford 61. Here's a fun game I played. 5 minute with a 5 second increment with all kinds of nonsense. So this might not work, Bradford. There's a lot of nonsense in your PGN. I'm afraid to push OK. Wow, it worked. It got rid of all the nonsense. That's amazing. You were black 5-5. And doesn't say what the ratings were. Okay. So Bradford 61. And then opponent. Man, that was good spelling of opponent. And this was a 5 minute with 5 second increment game, he said. Remember, the more you donate, the more money I have. It's also millionaire in Farsi. Very good. So I guess I can say this. I don't think I'm going to get arrested by the FBI. Many years ago, I'm going to say 35 years ago. How old am I? Yeah, that's about right. A friend of mine in Michigan was Mohammed Bagherabadi. And he said the CIA asked him if he would be a spy because they needed guys who spoke Farsi. And he's American, and he's like, no, don't want to do that. I don't know if that happened, but it might have. He's an interesting guy. He was about 2,000 rated, approximately. Yeah. So go Muhammad. Yeah, I wonder what happened to him. I haven't seen him in 30 years. God damn. Many viewers ago. That's right. All right, we need more money or we're going to die at level 5. I wonder if Karen's asleep. Let's see if she texted me. Let's see. Aviv texted me LOL. That's not too exciting. Naroditsky's live. Don't be fooled by fake stuff. The debate commission says it will mute Biden and Trump's microphone to prevent interruptions. Okay. U.S. Supreme Court rules mail-in ballots will count. Oh, Trump's not going to like that, it says. The U.S. Supreme Court, I guess that's it. It says if the ballots are received within 3 days of Election Day, that's a weird rule, then the ballots count. It says Trump doesn't like that. All right. Trump said, why are people allowed to vote? You guys don't know if I made that up or not. That's why it's funny. Joel Benjamin says it's all about the Benjamins. Karen and I got our ballots today. They said mine was mailed September 26th, and I got it today. God damn. How is Negreanu voting? Isn't he Canadian? Come on. Ridiculous. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. LOL. Exxon says, Trump said he had a hypothetical call with our CEO. It never happened. How do you have a hypothetical call with that? What? Hypothetically, I didn't read that tweet. All right. No, we died at level 5. Boo, boo, boo. Okay, Kid Poker. Yeah, come on. Shouldn't he vote in the Canadian? It's David Pakman. David, I saw you voting, but I didn't know if it was a video or it was a picture of you voting. I think it was a video. Yeah. It's funny, Trump was thinking of declaring martial law, and Anand and Aronian agreed because they really know the marshal. So they were going to just kill it at that point. And then he decided not to do it. Yeah. No, I think one thing David doesn't understand, because the problem with David Pakman, so he's here, the problem is David knows everything. See, that's the problem. So David knows that the Republicans are going to win Florida and Texas and Georgia and Ohio and so forth, but they're not. But he's like, well, they always do, and of course they will. Well, the difference is this election is very strange. And the reason it's very strange is people hate Trump. I mean, they hate him. Now, the people who like Trump, they like Trump. I'm not talking about them. It used to be, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, you voted for whoever you voted for, and the other guy, you didn't vote for him. Now, people who don't like Biden are voting for Biden because they hate Trump. And they're really motivated to vote. In the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, nobody's waiting 10 hours in line to vote. I mean, I'm not going to wait 10 seconds to vote, right? But they are. People are furious. They have great vengeance and furious anger. They think Trump will poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know his name is not the Lord when Biden is elected. No. So that's the only problem David has. David's too smart. Yeah. That's right. You got to watch it. Yeah. Well, obviously, voter participation was higher when Republicans didn't stop you from voting. Republicans are like, you can vote. You're going to vote in Nixon. You're going to vote in Reagan. They're not going to vote in Ford, but they tried. The Ford would have got elected if he didn't pardon Nixon, but he had to. So, yeah. No, I mean, Republicans can win elections. Now they can't, so they got to stop you from voting. A lot of people don't like that. God damn. Anyway, the most shocking thing that will ever happen in David Pakman's life, ever, is if Biden wins Georgia. I mean, he won't even know what to do with himself. He'll be like, what happened? How's that possible? And that's because I live in Georgia. Unless Biden loses, then I just moved here recently. It's not my fault. Yeah. David Pakman's not getting as much love as usual, but he doesn't know why. I'll have to tell him why. And make him feel welcome to our channel, people. He has 1 million followers subscribers on YouTube, so show some reverence. Yasser was here. I mean, you guys love Yasser. God damn. Yeah, also, David, what would be more surprising to you if Trump loses Georgia or if Lindsey Graham loses South Carolina? I mean, if I asked you that question 3 months ago, you would have said neither one's possible. Now they're both possible. Well, I haven't been following since you broke 1 million. I apologize. Yeah. Yeah, if Yasser wasn't here an hour ago, David Pakman, they'd be bowing down to him. They like Yasser, David. They really like Yasser. They really like Yasser. Yeah, really. Yeah, they like Yasser a lot. It's funny. One of the things I teach in chess camps, kids, is never resign. I mean, it's like a whole hour class. I say never resign. And they're like, what if I want to resign? And I'm like, no. By the way, when I tell anybody never to resign, anybody, a student, they try to find an exception. They don't just say, okay, and then never resign. They go, well, what if my opponent's 2170 and they're always trying to figure out how they can resign. They're trying to. Well, I want to resign though. Let me give you a situation. Why do they do that? Okay, anyway, true story. I'm teaching a chess camp in Michigan and I'm like, never resign, never resign. The kids are like, I resign. Okay. Where was I teaching the camp? True story. The Ford Library. That's right, President Ford in Michigan. And I said, never resign. And the reason this library is here is because the president resigned. The end. Great lecture. Yeah. Okay, true story. Yeah, Lindsey Graham might lose. The Democrats might win Texas. They might win Georgia. They might win Florida. They might not. They might win Ohio. I mean, I really dislike Lindsey Graham. I dislike Lindsey Graham more than I should. I don't know why I dislike him so much. I really dislike Lindsey Graham. So I've been, occasionally his opponent's getting some money from me. I hate Lindsey Graham. If only you knew. I also like his opponent. But I just hate Lindsey Graham. The other guys I don't hate as much. One guy looks like a turtle. One guy gets made fun of by the president, then he bows down to the president. That's sort of funny, Ted Cruz. Not taking Ohio. Incorrect. It's impossible. It's more than you should. God damn. Lindsey Graham doesn't like Lindsey Graham. No way Biden's taking Ohio. Why not? Ohio's a very reasonable... All right, never mind. Let me explain. See, this, again, David has too much knowledge. He doesn't know these kind of tricks that I know. If you want to know who's going to win a state, pay attention. Write this down if you need to. Which you have to count how many Waffle Houses it has. The more Waffle Houses it has, the more likely Trump will win. The less, then the more likely Biden will win. Yeah, write that down. It's not a fact, but it's a good indication. Very good indication. Graham crackers, I think, are not usually vegan. Yeah. Leslie Lynch King Jr. confusing the audience. Yeah. Waffle Houses per capita metric. You guys are like, God damn, that guy's pretty smart. Yeah. Too many seafood shacks, not enough Waffle House. By the way, there are restaurants I've never heard of until I was in North Carolina. I was there for a couple of stints at the Charlotte Chess Center. And now that I live in Atlanta, that I never heard of. And conversely, it happens with Karen too. There's a place in North Carolina, it's like every block. It's a chicken place. I can't remember the name of it. I never heard of it before I was in Charlotte. I mean, like when I was 47 years old, I never heard of it. It starts with a B or a D. B maybe. Bojangles. Never heard of Bojangles. Then I'm in Charlotte, and it's like Bojangles, Bojangles, Bojangles. All right, now I'm going to tell you this story. And again, I'm not a very hyperbolic kind of guy. But I have a witness. My daughter was with me. When I visited my sick mom in the hospital on Saturday, we visited, we left, and I took my daughter shopping. That's what I do. We went to 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, Michigan. Nice mall. They have something that's very rare in Michigan. It's new, too. It's less than a year old. It's a Chick-fil-A. Now, I live in Georgia, so, like, they're probably building a Chick-fil-A in our chess center right now, probably, next to the Starbucks in our chess center. But in Michigan, no Chick-fil-A. I've never seen a Chick-fil-A in Michigan because they didn't exist. Now they exist, but there's not many of them. You people have seen crowded Chick-fil-A drive-thrus. You've done it. You know what I'm talking about. You understand what I'm saying? If you've been to the airport, you've seen crowded Chick-fil-A at the airport. If you've been to a drive-thru, you've seen crowded Chick-fil-A drive-thru. You've never seen it like it was in Novi, Michigan, Saturday at 12 Oaks Mall. That you have not seen. I've seen crowded Chick-fil-A drive-thrus. I'm 51 years old. I've never seen this in my life. And I had to estimate for Karen, I estimated 200 cars in the drive-thru. That was my estimate. Okay? It was lined up around the store, into the mall. Like, it was just all cars for Chick-fil-A. It was like the mall didn't exist. And then there's like always a circular drive in a mall where you drive around the mall. That was a Chick-fil-A line. And then it was cut off because the road is there, and they had the line where you had to turn left. So you got this road where you got traffic on both sides, but across the street where you have to turn left is where you wait for Chick-fil-A. So then the whole road is blocked and nobody can turn left and cars can't go. Then when you do turn left, now you're at the beginning of the line. Now there's a line that goes around like a furniture store, okay? And then I never saw a line like that. I didn't know what was going on. I thought they were giving money away, okay? If you put me in the back of that line and said, when you get to the front of the line, I'll give you $500, I would not have waited in that line. There's no way it was less than 2 hours for the person in the back of the line. There's no way. Now, you know, in the Chick-fil-A, sometimes there's a person outside who works for Chick-fil-A who like directs traffic or takes your order or something. They had like 7 people doing that. What? And Karen, my daughter's like, what's going on? And I said, yeah, there's that many Chick-fil-A's in Michigan. Anyway, it was horrible. And I want to tell you a related story. Once a year, usually, maybe always, but usually, Ben & Jerry's gives away a free ice cream cone. And it's like a third of the size of their usual small cone. It's like this big. So you eat it in like 2 bites. And they line up around the block for it. If they sold the cone, it'd be like a quarter. And people wait 2 hours in line to get that cone. And you said I was wrong for hating everybody. Yeah. Nobody goes there because it's too crowded. That's right. I'm so hungry I could eat at Arby's. Oh my God. Yeah. Terrible. $250 an hour for a job? Terrible. First Krispy Kremes, they didn't have any in Michigan either. They might still not have any. I'm not sure they have any Krispy Kremes in Michigan, maybe. Yeah. Spend the rest of my life in line. Yeah. AK-47, god damn. Bojangles was robbed by an AK-47. What if the guy didn't have an AK-47? I'm serious. And just walked in and took food and left. Imagine you went to Bojangles and you just walked in the back. You just walked in like you're an employee, took food and left and drove away. Would anything happen? I don't think so. Who would care? Yeah. I've never seen a line like that, and I've seen crazy Chick-fil-A lines. I've seen them. I never saw one like this. Never. Yeah, Los Pollos Hermanos look good on Breaking Bad. I agree. Yeah. The one in Troy, Central Alabama. I mean, I've been to the Chick-fil-A in Dothan. Heiser Heinz subscribed. That's right, tried to rob the McDonald's. I remember that. There's a Krispy Kreme near me, and I'm in Michigan. Good, good. I guess they have Krispy Kremes. I don't know. Yeah. Krispy Kreme's so bad. See, okay, Krispy Kreme, is a donut. All right. But people who like Krispy Kreme, Krispy Kreme's like a C. It's okay. Nothing wrong with Krispy Kreme. But a lot of people think Krispy Kreme's like an A+++. I mean, come on. It's okay. I can't have them anymore because I'm a vegan. But still, I mean, it's okay. Colorado, there was a guy who broke into a Taco Bell. I heard about that. Yeah. By the way, whenever I go to Taco Bell, it doesn't matter what Taco Bell it is. It doesn't matter. I go to Taco Bell, and they're like, can I help you? But before I help you, we're out of this, 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 we're out of this. Can I help you? Every Taco Bell on earth. The same crap. Yeah. Yay, go Michael Douglas. Yeah, he was good. Yeah. Is there any food I missed? Yes. Becoming vegetarian to vegan, there's one thing I really miss. And that's going to Original Pancake House. There's like 2 in every state. And getting an omelet and pancakes. God damn, I used to do that a lot with Archer. I mean, that shit is tits, and it's the shit. Man, like now Karen, for example, she would proclaim, incorrectly obviously, that Original Pancake House and IHOP are the same quality. Okay, now Archer, okay, when he goes to IHOP, he's like, all right, it's IHOP, I got to eat here. What am I going to do wrong away from home? When he goes to Original Pancake House, then he's like, all right, finally. Yeah, he likes it like I do. Like, it's great. But I don't go anymore because I can't eat anything there. Man, that has good omelets, has good pancakes. They put crack in their pancakes, I think. 420 centidues. My mom saw me on the news. That's right. Yay, technically edible. Anyway, if you've never been to Original Pancake House and you live in the U.S., there's probably 1 or 2 in your state. Look it up. The breakfast is fantastic. Also, the employees aren't like IHOP employees. They're like normal people. Yeah. No, not Waffle House. Original Pancake House. Boo, boo. To eat things for which eggs are an ingredient. Then I would not be a vegan. Then would I? All right. Now, what happened here? Oh, Bradford, he paid $100, and he's waiting 7 hours for the story to end. Sorry. All right, so you're black in 2 nights. Good, good. Okay, I like to play this unsound bishop c5. You played the more sound move. Okay, bishop d3 I'm not familiar with. I am familiar with bishop check. Here it takes bishop d3, but not bishop d3 here. That move I've never seen. That's just a bad move. Yeah, if you're going to play bishop d3, you should check here and then play bishop d3. Then at least you're up a pawn. And this is the game, well, it's a lot of games. But the most famous game, in my opinion, which is not true, but it's my opinion, is Hikaru Nakamura, Josh Friedel, 2009 U.S. Championship, won by Hikaru. I think it was 2009. Pretty sure it was 2009. All right. I could be wrong about that. Okay, bishop d3. I've never seen that move. That just seems bad. So knight takes d5 is a good move. Then this knight's attack. h6 is fine. Ooh, that's not a good move. Definitely take with a knight. Knight wants to go to f4. And you can play f5 and e4. You definitely take with a knight. That's one of the reasons you don't play h6, is if you take with the knight, threatening the knight by discovery, knight e4, you can play f5, e4. But once you play h6, it's harder to play f5 because of queen h5 check. The king is too weak. So you should take with the knight on d5, not with the queen. All right. That move is also bad. You should definitely play a knight here. And it's about equal. Okay, now black's better. That's also a bad move. I mean, you can't castle into the open here and the bishop here, and the pieces are all here. Terrible. I mean, it's hard to play knight c3. That's the engine move. It's just hard to give up this pawn. But this is the best white can do. All right, so this is bad. Rook g8's good. Never play f3. Right, now the king is actually bad on this diagonal, so there's no reason to force him to safety. Definitely play bishop h3. Yeah, and you're just winning here. Black's winning. Your attack's too strong. You can't defend this. Now if rook f2, I said if, then bishop c5. Now we're making some sense here. Yeah. So bishop h3 would have been really good. Shirov. King h1. Now you can't play bishop h3. So the game's like, black's slightly better, I guess, because white's position's terrible. a3, ridiculous. Forcing the knight back to a good square. Now, these moves are all terrible. It's like a3 threatening b4. Okay, he stopped it. Knight here threatening these two. Oh, he stopped it. Now f5's coming with a vengeance. And black will have furious anger. So white's losing again. f5's great. a6 is okay. Yeah, this is just terrible for white. Open file, two bishops, better center, terrible inactive pieces. Yeah, this opening didn't work out well for white. In my opinion, whoever had white in this game, whoever it was, shouldn't play knight g5. They don't understand the ins and outs of the initiative. They should play d3 and play boring. This knight g5 isn't their kind of game. I know. Let's have a spelling contest. To prove my point further, bishop takes h6. Horrible. God damn. That's the worst square in all of Christendom, and I'm an atheist. Okay, so you played rook g6, which wins, Bradford, but f4 is probably better because the bishop's trapped. Then you can play rook h6 at your leisure and your leisure. This is also winning, so I'm not really complaining. Yeah, I mean, you're just all over him like Oprah on self-promotion. You can steal that, David, if you want, even though David went to sleep an hour ago. Bishop h3, man, you have no patience. It turns out bishop h3 is great. Yeah, this is the piece not too good. Yeah, this is still winning for you. He played g3, which is losing. Rook takes g3 is a good exchange sack, which you played. He can't take it, but he did. And this is over. Yep, very good. Yep, very nice. And if I remember correctly, and I don't, I know this rook never moved, but I don't remember this queen moving either. It might have moved and I forgot, but I don't think it did. So yeah, I mean, black just got a huge attack there. That was a great game. No wonder you donated $100. That was worth it. Yeah, I approve of that. But yeah, when you have some double-edged position where people are attacking, bishop takes h6, you can't do that. Yeah, white played way too passively after you played this aggressive line. See, now here's my opinion, which none of you will share. In my opinion, the player with white wasn't very high rated. and he was expecting to play the fried liver, and he was like, I love attacking, I love checkmating, roar. And after the game could, now no grandmaster plays knight takes d5, that's just a bad move. After the correct knight a5, and white was on the defensive for the rest of the game, he didn't like that. So he just played bad. He's like, I don't want to defend, I want to, raw attack, and I'm mad. Yeah. Bishop d3 is a mistake. White made further mistakes. White castled into the attack, and white opened the H-file too, which was also crazy. ZZY, man, gifted a sub. Hooray, go ZZ, top. Yeah. Anyway, very, very good game from black. Very good donation. That game was slightly better than your donation. That's how good the game was. And I don't say that lightly. That you played really well that game. Yeah, you were just like better at winning the whole game with black. Excellent. According to your students, according to my students and everybody else who's not my student, this is the fried liver. According to my students, if this pawn was here, and this queen was here, and this king was here, as long as you got these three pieces, it's the fried liver. That's all they want to see is that. They don't want to see nothing else. In fact, this pawn could be off the board. They don't care about that. This bishop doesn't have to be here either. As long as it's knight here, and he's sacking the knight, that's the fried liver. Okay, as far as the gawking rabble are concerned, this is the fried liver. Do you guys understand that 50% of players under 1,400 would call this the fried liver? They would. They would say, I played the fried liver, then they would show you this, and you'd be like, what? But they would call it that. And there's people in the chat now, right now, who think this is the fried liver, but they're not saying so because they're embarrassed now. There's a lot of people who think, well, that is the fried liver. What do you mean? They're like, Ben, that's not the fried liver. The knight has to go to g5. What's wrong with you? Now that's a fried liver. Now they're happy. Yeah. It's the grilled liver. Yeah. It's Bradford. Go Bradford. Yeah. Knight g5, always the fried liver. Right. Whatever. By the way, you guys, not you, but all low-rated players, you guys are very, very interested in the names of openings. You're like, oh, this is this opening. And I'm like, what? No, it's not. But you guys think it is because there's one move in common. So for example, let's say somebody taught you the Petrov. And you're like, knight f6, that's the Petrov. And you're like, all right. Then you play a game, and you're like, I played the Petrov. I'm like, let me see. And this is your game. And you're like, see, I played the Petrov. This isn't a joke. This happens to me every time I gave lessons. I played this opening, and they show me, and I'm like, what? Yeah, see, that's the Petrov. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm so mad. That's why I don't teach anymore. Terrible. Also, if you play bishop here and take, it's the Greek gift. It doesn't matter if you have compensation. It's the Greek gift. So let me give you an example. And then I'm white, and I'm playing a 10-second game or a 1-minute game. And then you guys are like, hey, play the Greek gift. Like, as soon as this goes here, that's the Greek gift. That's what it is. Oh, I've never been so mad. Okay, I did hear about AOC becoming a Twitch streamer, and not only that, David Pakman wanted to get involved in that. He was just here. So, yeah, that's right. All right. Yeah, she wanted to play Among Us or something. Some game I've never seen and never want to see. Boo. But yeah, like Botez and Pokemon and David Pakman responded to her Twitch thing on Twitter. Now that's streaming. Let's see, who's yelling at me? Nobody's yelling at me. Man, Kara must have just totally fallen asleep. Not texting me, not on the stream. Yeah. Go Pokemon. Hooray. Well, not spelled like that. Spelled the way Pokemon spells it. Yeah. Ben knows who's Pokemon. I know who everybody is. I'm a grandmaster. Did I miss a lesson with David? You did not. We'll have our lesson shortly. In the next 2 weeks, we'll have our lesson. Yeah. Chess.com, blah, 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 is instantly the ready. Boo. Okay, and whatever, now it's time for something else. Time to go way back in the archives. Third time posting since yesterday. I doubt I'll get it looked at, but it can't hurt to try. I don't think we looked at that game. It's Waxy Shaw, and this was posted 4 days ago. And he claims he's been posting it 3 days in a row. 10 minutes, I'm white against an 10:05. I can read. Okay, so white is Waxy Shaw. Wax on, wax off. 1194 versus a 10:05. 10-minute game. All right. And then we'll go back to the stream. I keep violating settings. What? Jeff Bridges has lymphoma? I didn't hear that. Boo. Jeff Bridges is great. Yeah, I think it's a 10:05 because it's the start of the sentence. Yeah. Waxy Shaw is going to be mad if he's not here. Ben analyzed my game 4 days after I posted it. No, become a chess pro. I must flee. The dude abides is correct. That is correct. Until he doesn't. Yeah, that's true. Okay, this is Waxy Shaw. It's a 10-minute game. It's an elephant gambit. I'll never forget this game because it's an elephant. Okay, takes is correct. Bishop d6 is what elephant gambit people play. I don't know what white's supposed to do here. White's up a pawn for nothing, so I guess everything wins. d4 seems good. Let's see. Queen h5 check wins immediately. And then the game's over. He didn't play queen h5, but... And then this. This position most certainly is in, like, Puzzle Rush and Tactics. This is a position that you would commonly see. And then, queen here is the right move. Yeah. Yeah, one time I had this, it was pretty common, and I had it on Saturday. So somehow it was common and the weekend. Oh, you were finished? Allow me to retort. Oh, wait, I'm the one who said it. Never mind. Okay, so this move wins immediately. Basically, this will be on the cover of my book, Never Play F6. F6 is frankly terrible, and ballpark frankly delicious. Knight F6 is the correct move, not F6. Okay, the game continued with both sides missing the tactics. Now white's up 2 pawns. White's up 1 pawn. F5 is a bad move also, giving the G5 square away. So bishop G5, knight G5. Also bad. Very passive and playing an attacking move. That doesn't work. Knight E3 is also passive. This knight's excellent on C4. Queen F3 would be good, attacking the knight and attacking the F5 pawn. Yeah, obviously here this pawn's attacked, so gotta play knight takes knight. So this is another mistake for black. Always play knight F5. All right, white's up 2 pawns for nothing. Good. Always good to be up 2 pawns for nothing. I wouldn't play queen G5 because white's queen is defending G4, making the knight have an escape square. And white's king is safer, so queen E2 is probably a better move. Knight F4 just hangs a piece, and white took it. So that's a terrible blunder. Yeah, black should trade queens and hope to punish this trapped knight. The engine says you can't punish the trapped knight. Just H3 or F3 and knight G4. But okay, I mean, this just hangs a piece. So that's... It's funny, I was playing a 1400 in Michigan before you guys were born. I don't know, maybe like 25 years ago. And his knight was on D5, and it was like move 11, 10. And he played knight F4, and I took it with my bishop. There was no tactic. He just played knight F4, and I took it with my bishop on C1. And he was like, ah. It was a slow game, too. He just, forgot my bishop started on c1. Okay, and then white, I assume, easily won up a piece for nothing. Okay, black. Black likes to give up knight f5 when it takes something. That doesn't make any sense. I'd probably play d5 here if it was me, but it doesn't matter. All right. All right. So white pretty well crushed black that game, and black made a lot of tactical errors. I mean, just give things away, give a pawn away, give a knight away, give a rook away, for no particular reason. And white just played sort of normal and good. So yeah, that was third time posting. He's never been so mad. He'll never speak to me again. I started playing chess 1.5 months ago, and this was a game I won pretty well just now. I thought hard about my moves and played hoping you could take a look. Thanks. Me, 1295 question mark. Him, 1194 no question mark. Okay, well, black wins by checkmate. Yeah, that'll do it. They put the name of the opening inside the game. I'm not sure that PGN's going to work, but I can delete it, I guess. Oh, it did work. Okay. He just put the note in there. All right. So me, white, 1295, him 11. Let's see. This is We Build for Life is his name on Discord. 1295 question mark. And then 1194 exclam. All right, and there you go. There's the game. Okay, now first of all, okay, now before I start looking at the game, I have to explain something to you. He said, I won pretty well, so it sounded like he won. Then it says white was 1295. It says him, and then it says black won. So I'm thinking he was black and his opponent was white, but he put me, white, 1295, him, 1194. I still think he was black because he said I won pretty well. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. He also put a link in Lichess. Let me see here. Let me see if this link, if it gives any information here. Discord, game analysis. What? No, he is black. He just put the wrong color being black. Okay. He put that he was white. It's very clear he put he was white, but he was black. Okay, so this is We Build for Life 1295 double question mark. I hear some noise outside. I hope the thieves don't kill me on stream. Rob me, okay. All right. And back to the stream. Let's see. Copied the wrong PGN. No, this is the right PGN. It's not a PGN, it's just the moves. Man Moth is getting mad again because people are sending games where every move is double question mark. All right. People wanted me to analyze their games. If they're not up to your level, sorry. Let's see. Did you hear Hikaru lost a game against a spirit playing from a Ouija board? What? Come on. Not funny. Not funny. All right. All right, here's the game in question. So he sacrificed a pawn, but he transposed the Nimzovich. Then he blundered a pawn. All right. H6, nonsensical move. Not that the other moves make sense. E6 isn't good because he ruins his pawn structure and loses the bishop. Or so I thought. G4 is not good. King G2 walking into the pin is pretty bad. It seems like white's not 1194 strength because Karen's blitz rating is like 1194. Karen plays like 100 times better than the guy who has white here. It's Lichess ratings. I'm not sure what that means. pretty good attack going here. So in this position, black's playing for mate, but knight takes wins a lot of pieces. But maybe the playing for mate's better. I don't know. White doesn't have many pieces left. So in this position, this is actually important. The rest of the game wasn't very important. Obviously, white's just giving all his pieces away. In this position, black has enough material to win the game quite quickly. So you want to play for mate. You don't want to like take these pawns. That improves the chances of stalemate. So you want to play rook h8 mate. So you want to move this knight somewhere. Now, when I first looked at it, I thought the knight goes here or here and then mate. But actually, white has this defense. So you should play knight f6. That's quicker. Then when you play rook h8, you could take on h5 with mate. Okay. So, but taking this is really bad. A lot of people are so interested in material, they don't realize when they're way ahead in material, you don't just randomly take pawns. You're trying to checkmate your opponent, and that makes it more likely there's a stalemate. So that's why you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do it anyway because you're just mating the guy. Knight here and rook here mate. So I assume Manmoth is like broken all of his computer equipment, and he's gonna like murder everybody in the town he lives in. He's so mad at me looking at this game. You gotta calm down, Manmoth. It's okay. Yeah, see, this is very risky. There's some stalemate chances here since the players aren't very good. Wow, knight h1. The reason he played knight h1 is I guess he wants to do some kind of mate like this, so he's getting his knight off of f2. That's a funny move. He did it the other way, darn. All right, good job. Well, I thought black played reasonably well, and I thought white being 1100 was overrated. That was my opinion. White was just giving material away like every move. But yeah, this is particularly bad. G4, King G2, god damn. You hear me talking? Anyway, good game except for one thing. Yeah. Hey, don't post games in here. Yeah. I mean, Karen could probably spot that guy at queen and win the guy who was white. So I guess Lichess ratings aren't something. No, I'm not on Lichess. The game was from Lichess. Yeah. All right. I would never go on Lichess. Terrible. Hello. It's Julian. Go, Julian. You just missed an excellent game, Julian. Terrible. All right. It's been 4 hours. Bye. Nah, I'm not going to leave. You guys, I'm sure, will keep donating lots of money, except for one thing. Missed the chat. Let's see. Sprinless. I was black. This was a 10-minute game. Me and my opponent around 1100. Analyze this. Analyze that. There's a lot of garbage in the PGN, so I don't know if it's going to work. Yeah, that didn't work. There's a lot of garbage in the PGN. I can't fix it. So Sprinless, if you're here, you're going to have to repost that game, or somebody go into Discord and tell the guy to repost because it's just garbage in the chat. There's so much garbage. It's very hard to look at the game. I don't know what he did. I mean, there's a ton of garbage. Want to see magic. Hi, Ben. I was white. I'm so scared. But somehow I won. All right. And you're both 2,300. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, good job. All right, let's see if this works. All right, and then white is AKMADZICEDIN 2008 and BOZGDUN 2028. All right, there's the game. This is a 3-minute game. I was scared of the pin, but I won queen versus rook. That was tight. All right. Good, good. Nine's a nice clean win. I am QED. Reassembling computer. Is this St. Louis Julian? That is the St. Louis Julian. Okay, Edmar Medness. The games are looked at in the order they're put on Discord. And if you want me to look at your game before another game, then you got to pay through the nose. That hurts your nose a little bit. You got to get some tissue. But still. Okay, so this guy with white said, I won, I'm the greatest or something. So let's have a look. 3-minute game, I think he said. Is that what he said? Let me see. It is a 3-minute game. I was right for once. Okay, so we have a King's Indian. I played this line with white. So bishop d3 is a bad move. Bishop belongs on e2. The bishop on d3 undefends the d pawn, which is bad, and it walks into the e4 fork. The bishop's just worse on d3. So bishop e2 is better. Taking doesn't give white any advantage to speak of. Castles, wow. All right, and probably black's better here. Black has the two bishops. c5 is really weakening the d pawn. God damn. Yeah, that's a very poor move. Yeah, now black's in trouble. Not sure why he did that and gave the pawn away, but all right, he did. Takes is good. Knight e4 is good. Knight d5 is good. He played h3. I mean, knight d5 is really strong. But I guess he played it next move, so it doesn't matter much. Okay. And bishop here was doing nothing. Here the bishop's pinning the knight, so h3 wasn't very good. You guys love playing h3, a3, a6, h6. Man, I wonder I'm higher rated than you. Okay, queen e5 is good. Never play f3, and you didn't. Yeah, you should have played h3 and forced the bishop to pin your knight. Now black's actually better. Although the other rook makes more sense, I think. So this rook can go to e8. What's this rook doing on a8 now? All right, queen c2. He doubled up on the bubble up. Never play f3. Knight d5. b5 is okay. b3 is okay. He took the two rooks. The engine doesn't like that. The engine doesn't want to take the rooks. It says white's winning now with knight f6 check. Ah, we have queen c3. That's very nice. This is winning. The idea is to take the rook. And if you take this with the idea of you can't take the rook because the queen's hanging, then we throw in queen c3. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, that's really strong. Now this is winning for white. So knight check would have won for white. But he played g4, which is also good. This is also good for... So you can't be afraid of the two rooks because the rooks don't get any activity. With that knight on d5, the rooks are just dead. So this is crushing for white. White's doing great. bc is good because if he takes with the pawn, now we have the open b file. But the king is really, really, really safe on g3, so it doesn't matter. It's still winning for white. Yeah, very good position for white. And that's a blunder. He has to play rook e6, or something that stops knight f6 from being so crushing. Yeah, knight f6 is crushing. That move makes no sense. He's 2028, and he does this instead of king f8? That doesn't make any sense. Obviously, you see this. He hangs another mate. He hangs this mate? How do you not see that? Come on. So he has to play king f8, and then white's winning because white takes the h-pawn, and white's got extra pawns everywhere. The king is safe on g3. H-pawn's good. This pawn's weak. The engine says white's up +5. But yeah, I mean, hanging mate in one is very strange. Anyway, the key to that game, strangely enough, was in this position when he played c5. He weakens d5 and d6, and he got crushed on both. White played knight d6, white played knight d5, and he won. $15. My Edmar Medness game from 39 years ago. I was black. Fine items. It's in Discord, you're claiming? $15, that's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. It's not good. It's not bad. Man, I can never find the Edmar Madness game. The guy talks about it a lot. That's important. I hear a lot about Edmar Madness lately. I'm not sure why. Let's see. Blunder, chess.com. 2600. A rare game. Oh, that's that guy. Simul, I'm suspicious. Why am I so suspicious? This game was a win in 1981. I was black. It's not obvious to me where he went wrong. All right. 39 years ago, he was on to move 39. All right. $15 is $15. Just try to give me $15 more when the game's over. All right. Or, $100 more, whatever. So, Edmar Madness. So that's Madness. I knew Madness before you guys were born. I've known Madness forever. He was alive. And then Fine Items. Fine Items. You guys are confused, so I'm going to put GM Madness and then played 1981. Okay. So this was a simul game where Grandmaster was white and the guy submitting the game and the $15 donation was black. And he said, I was in the zone. It said, even though it was 81, I was cheating with Stockfish. Wow. How'd you do that? That's pretty impressive. I have a chess question. Well, it's Julian. That's the greatest sequence ever, Julian. That's my answer. Game, premium. That's right. Do all that stuff that Nightbot's telling you to do in MooBot. Now, don't forget tomorrow, I'm lecturing at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's all the classes that we do. Now, I don't think this has been updated. This is last week's class, which I also taught. But the link is the same. I'm teaching the class tomorrow on Roman Djindjahashvili, somebody I've known very well for 40 years. 35 years. Although I haven't talked to him probably in the last 9 years. But before that, I did. It's a sponsored lecture. We have a sponsor. We have a donation. So I'm doing a sponsored lecture tomorrow at 7 p.m. You can sign up. It costs $10 or $15, whichever is more. Roman Djindjahashvili, you get a discount if you spell his last name correctly. Okay, so this is the simul game. He said it was a Ruy Lopez. All right. Played b5, I assume, since he said it was the Archangel. Okay, rook e1's legal. Ursus Maritimus subscribed. Hooray! The real Georgia. Hooray! All right. C3 is good. This is all good. Bishop g5 is good. They like to play a4 and knight a3 a lot nowadays. This game was played 39 years ago, so I don't know what they played then. JC the Rat subscribed. Good. Good. Okay. Then you played h6. That seems good. Bishop h4 seems good. Castle seems good. Queen d3 seems good to me. Okay, now you played super duper aggressive. Now, so far, White's not playing the most testing line, and he's allowing equalization. But it's a simul. Nowadays, they always play a4 and take this pawn and stuff. But okay, you played g5, which is crazy like Fox News. In fact, the engine says knight takes is just really good for White. This piece sacrifice is very dangerous. Probably black is okay. It's just really hard to play black. The reason the engine plays the piece sacrifice when engines normally don't like piece sacrifices is because the queen has access to g3. Usually the queen's here. So, White's got a lot of attack already. The negative is the rook on e1 as far as playing f4 is concerned, but the positive is we can get our rook this way. So the engine prefers White here, but it's very complicated. Okay, Madness in a simul is just going to play sort of standard, boring. That's the way he played. Okay, so you got the two bishops, the what else? Good. Okay. You've equalized, good game. Yeah, it's not putting pressure on you when it lets you take the bishops and play queen f6. Now you've completely equalized. d5 just seems like a mistake to me because he's opening up your bishop. I don't like this move. Probably should play a4 or take on e5. Bishop d5. d5 is just a mistake. Yeah, this is a very, very good bishop now. Okay, queen e2 is okay. Otherwise, you might play g4 and take that. So, h5, super aggressive. Knight f1's okay. Knight g6 is good. The engine doesn't like knight e3. It wants to play one of these knights to h2. I think the third rank. Knight e3 just seems standard. I don't know. Bishop c8. Always play bishop c8. Mednes is never playing a4, which is weird, because that puts a lot of pressure on your queen side. So you should play a4 every move. Ben Village subscribed. It takes a village to subscribe. The engine's not a big fan of g4. Prefers h4. Try to get the f4 square. Leave your bishop open. But g4 is okay. Yeah, I definitely would play king g7 and try to get my pieces on the h and f file. Get my rook over here. But knight e7's okay. Bad move. Ben subscribe. A lot of Bens in the... I like that. Ben's everywhere. A donation? What? I never get a donation. $15.99. Game posted in Discord from Ursus Maritimus. Okay. Knight f1's pretty passive. f5, the idea of knight e7. Good. Takes. Yeah, see, this is why I don't like d5. God damn. You hear me talking, hillbilly boy? You're not through with his f2 pawn by a damn sight. You're going to get medieval on his ass. Man. R.I.P. that f pawn. And R.I.P. Edmar. Okay. Man, that's not good. Okay, so he played queen here. You moved your knight, and then he mated you. God damn. Yeah, the engine really hates this move. It says h4 is crushing. You played rook f7, which is what I would play. Well, then h4. Yeah, you're just crushing him here. Yeah. Absolutely crushing him. What a bishop. It's a dream bishop. He can't mate you here anymore because you have a lot of defenses as well as your knight here, obviously. Yeah, black's threatening g3, and you can't take the pawn on g3 because of all the pins. So g3 is sort of forced. Okay, then sacking the knight is correct because the f-pawn's pinned. Yep, this is all correct. That's correct. Queen anywhere wins. That's fine. Rook e4 is a blunder because you take on f2 with check. That doesn't really have any chance. Yeah, it says it doesn't have any chance no matter what he does because the rook is hanging with check. So that's not good. All right. Queen c1 wins and queen takes wins. According to the engine, they both win. Queen h6 is good. And you guys agreed to a draw. Very good game. No, I'm kidding. You took this. Rook g4, king h8. And he resigned. It says you're plus 11. Yeah, you played very well that game. And he played very passively. And he should have played knight takes g5 and seized the initiative. Because usually people don't defend very well unless they're like 3,000 rated. Based on that game, I would say your rating is 2120. Your USCF ratings. Now you can tell me what your rating is. 2120 is my guess. Got to guess something. I would be surprised if you were lower. That's the low end. Yeah, black played very well that game. Mednes's d5 was quite bad, opening up your bishop. And then he couldn't defend well because he's playing a simul. So you just overran him. Nobody's talking in the chat. All I hear about is pizza, which is also good. Let's see. Nightbot's talking. Moobot's talking. 1573? High was 1963? Yeah, 1963 seems about right. But you played way better than 1963 that game. Like G5 probably wasn't right. Maybe. And then otherwise you played fine. Maybe you could have won quicker, but you won quickly enough. Yeah. What did he say after the game? Did he say, I'm sorry? And then you said, no, that's your daughter. Yes, good joke. To get that joke, there's one thing you have to know. Edmar Mednes's daughter's name is Sorry. That's what you have to know. Now that you know that, the joke's pretty funny. I was busy playing other games. Papa John's Pizza. What's Papa John's? He congratulated you. Yeah, you played well that game. God damn. That was pretty good. All right, somebody gave me money like Ursus Maritimus. I don't know. He said I corrected the game. I have to go all the way to the end now, I guess. Here's another game I played. Ursus Maritinus. Felt like I was doing well this game, but it all went south. I was in Michigan, then I went south yesterday. Oh, snap. All right, this will be the last game I look at, then I'm going to go home. So I guess you were white? All right. You're 1034 and your opponent's 1022. All right. Let's see. There's a lot of garbage here. Okay, it worked. So you have the white pieces based on what you wrote, I guess? All right. Waited 39 years. That was a pretty good game. Yeah. But yeah, I think he should have sacked on G5. And I think his D5 was bad. And you for the most part, just played really well. Yeah, pretty good. Optical Monk subscribed with Prime. All right. So the donor was the player with white who said he was doing well until he wasn't. Chess.com TV has a note. What does that even mean? What? Chess TV has a note? I should almost read the note. Almost. Let's see. Messages, notes, no alerts. All right, whatever. Never go south. Yeah, truth hurts. Okay, so you guys are both about 1,000. Yeah, you don't play B3. So when you play B3 in chess, you want to play bishop B2. But your bishop already has 1,000 squares to go to. So you're making pawn moves that waste a lot of time. You got a lot of pieces to get out. You can't make 6 pawn moves the first 10 moves of the game. Your other pawns want to get out. Other pieces want to get out. So you don't move your D and your B pawns in the opening. Just move one. If you want to play bishop B2, just play B3 now and play bishop B2. Okay, A6 is nonsensical nonsense. All right. Knight E5 you don't want to play because you have other pieces that haven't moved yet. And you already moved your knight, so don't move it again. You're not going to mate him with your knight. Well, you are playing the fried liver. Okay, bishop check. Don't do that because the guy blocks the check with a pawn. Okay, so that wasn't good. G3 I like. I don't like knight E4. He didn't move any of these pieces. He already moved his knight, and they moved it again. Queen F6 threatening mate, and then win a pawn here. It's funny, it says F3 wins because the guy's knight is trapped. F3 actually wins right now for you. It wins a piece. There's a funny trick here. Knight here. So if you take this is hanging with the knight G4. And then you attack the knight and the queen. That's pretty funny tactics. So F3 actually wins a piece because he can't retreat his knight. Now, you correctly didn't win a piece because never play F3. Not even sure if I'm being sarcastic anymore. Okay, so you castled, which isn't as good. Now you're down a pawn, but you have great compensation because he's got no development. So after knight D2, you're better. You played crazy F4. I like it. Good. I like the way you played. Now you win your pawn back, and you have the 2 bishops. What else? F6, terrible move. It actually is a terrible move. Now you could play bishop A3 attacking his rook. You could play queen C4. You play bishop F3. That's okay. I'm not sure why you're moving your bishop back and forth. You definitely can't do that. You don't want to attack somebody's queen unless you're winning it. You want to improve your position, and So like your bishop would be good on this diagonal because it has 1,000 squares. Your rook would be good on this file. Your queen would be good pitting this pawn, attacking this pawn. Your bishop's not good on C1. This is very similar to the Morphy game where his opponent played bishop C1 for similar reasons, a game that I show on the stream a lot. Okay, knight C6 is a move. Queen C4 is a move. B5 is the worst move in chess history. All right, now, Manmoth, you got to calm down. I haven't been reading the chat, but I can sense you're getting sort of mad now. You're going to get madder as the game goes on. Much madder. So maybe stop watching the stream. Go for a walk. Okay, so b5 is a terrible blunder. And again, low-rated players, they like attacking things because they're shiny. But obviously this knight's not defended anymore. And you mouse slipped and went here. Mouse slipped. Yeah, obviously just take the knight. Yeah. There's a song about why b5 is a blunder. What's the name of that song? Oh, yeah. Oh, give me the knight. Uh-huh. 2 knight. All right. So, yeah, queen takes c6. That would be better. Yeah. Hello to Brazil. Okay. So, queen c5 still winning. Queen c5 still winning. All right. You can take the knight now for free still. But you played f5. Still winning. Take the knight for free. No. Queen takes. All right. Yeah, now black's better. Damn. You could have been okay if you had taken this and messed his pawns up. All right. Now you're down a pawn, so you're worse. Okay, that move hangs in exchange, so that was bad. Should have played bishop e8. Has to play bishop e8. And you took that. Yay, you're the best. Then you sack the exchange. I'm guessing you missed knight takes rook, because otherwise you wouldn't do that. So that was a mistake. Then you trapped your bishop over there. All right, now you're pawn down in an ending. c4 just hangs this pawn. So that square's that's not a good square. So you shouldn't do that. Then you're trapping your bishop in there a little. Good endgame technique from both players. Except for one thing. All right, look at that counterplay. White's getting, yay. I mean, black might get a queen, but, what are you going to do? e5 is a good move by your opponent. Excellent move. Okay, now you made a mistake. You played king g5. You were thinking of queening your pawn, but when he does this, you need to play bishop here and stop his pawn. So king there, that's not the right square. If you're going to do that, you have to play king g6. That way you stop knight f7, and your bishop can stop his pawn. Now, the engine says you're completely losing, but now, after c3, you have to stop his pawn, and you actually can't do it anymore because he can block with the f-pawn. Yeah, now he can queen by force now. If you move your king out of the way to stop his pawn, he has f4. So he's going to queen anyway. So king g5 is a really bad blunder because you're not stopping his pawn, and this is the only way to do it. But you blocked your bishop. All right, and the game continued. Man, the truth hurts. All right, missing some mates in one, but that's okay. Sometimes you miss mate in one. All right, so yeah, you were doing well that game, but you didn't take some free pieces. The most egregious example was in this position, your opponent played b5, hanging his knight. You didn't take it. Then here you also didn't take it with the bishop. And then here you didn't take it with the bishop. And now it's too late. And then here your opponent sacked the exchange. Sacked. And then here you played rook takes d7. Here you're better still. In fact, this wins material because you're threatening to take his knight and then take his bishop. And if his knight moves, you can take on f6 and then take his bishop. So this would have been really good. This is still winning for white. But you played this, and now you're losing the rest of the game. And somehow you gave away your c-pawn. You don't do that. Basically, you guys are giving away too many pieces and pawns. You have to be more careful. Don't lose anything ever. Sometimes you guys are sacking material, but if you add that in with blundering, that's not good. Now, more importantly, thanks for submitting the game and the money. But more importantly, how'd the Chiefs do against the Bills? That's all I care about. Man, Mammoth is really mad. I mean, there's a lot of blunders, and you guys do that. It's the worst game in review. You can't give pieces away, and you guys give a lot of pieces away. You guys are like, oh, God, he took that. And there's two kinds of low-rated players. I've seen low-rated players, really low-rated, and they give a piece away, their opponent takes a knight for free, and there's no expression on their face. Nothing. And it's not because they're acting. To them, nothing happened. Then there are people, they blunder a night, they're rated like 700, they're like, Those are the guys who get better. Because they know they shouldn't blunder a night, and they did it by accident, or a rook or a queen. And there are guys who are lower rated, when they hang a piece, they're nothing, they don't care. And I'm like, that loses a rook. And they're like, yeah, that's how I play chess. I lose rooks all the time. And I'm like, you should be upset when you lose a rook. And they're like, why? What's wrong with that? There's a lot of people like that. And they equate different... See, for example, let's say you have a pencil and it was part of a 10-pack and it cost 5 cents, the one pencil, and you lost it. You'd be like, that was bad that I lost it. That was a bad thing. Or let's say you're like, I hate Trump. I'm going to vote for whoever his opponent is. Then you vote for Trump. It's an accident. Then you turn your bell. You're like, oh, wait a minute. I think I clicked Trump. Okay. Well, that's a life-changing, that could cause hundreds of thousands or millions of deaths. So that's a really bad mistake. The other one doesn't matter, right? Unless you step on the pencil. Okay. So some mistakes are really important in your life and some aren't. Most of them aren't. And in chess, some mistakes are like, well, the F3 square is weak. And some mistakes are you hung your queen with checkmate when you were winning. And there are people, a lot of them, when they hang their queen with checkmate, there's like a blank expression on their face. Like, yeah, I hung a queen with checkmate. That's okay. And I know people like that. They're like, that was bad. And I also did something bad in the opening when I didn't play theory. And I'm like, look, the thing you did bad in the opening didn't matter. That move cost you the game, and you don't care. You got to care. God damn. The humanity. Now, Manmoth is higher rated than 99.9% of you. So when he sees a game where it's like hang a queen, hang mate, he can't watch the game. It's too upsetting for him. He puts himself in their shoes and he's like, if I hung a queen, I would just quit chess. And that guy hangs a queen every move. So Manmoth can't watch the stream anymore. He can't handle it. Okay? And people like me and Yasser, we just joke about it. Like, hey, you probably shouldn't hang a queen with me. They're probably not good. Probably bad. Yeah. Right, what Rain's saying is correct. You play a 5-hour game, you hang a queen, and you hate your life. Right. That's right. Yeah. Oh, the humanity. Yeah. Exactly. It's a very small part. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for watching the games. Thanks for the donations. Another good stream. We have 500 viewers. I think Karen took a nap in the middle of the stream because I think she was really, really, really tired. Which, I mean, the reason I don't seem like I'm tired, because I did drive 11 and a half hours yesterday, and 3 days before that, I drove 11 and a half hours all night, and I'm like, rah, rah, rah. Okay. The reason is I take really long naps in the daytime. Probably if you were a doctor, you would have me go to the hospital because it doesn't make any sense. But at nighttime, I'm pretty energetic because of my 4-hour nap, and Karen falls asleep during the stream because she doesn't take 4-hour naps. She's busy. So it looks like I do nothing all day when in fact, no, wait a minute, that's the wrong sentence. Yeah, I don't do anything all day. That's right. I eat a little bit. Yeah. Let me tell you how I woke up from my nap today. This is a true story. It's not a true story where it's a joke. It actually is a true story. So I had a dream, and in my dream, I was at a gas station, which I think I owned. And on top of the gas thing where you get the gas, on top of it, I saw there was a credit card there. And I was like, oh, this is the same guy who left a credit card on top of another machine like last week. And this is really hard to explain because it makes sense to me, but it won't to you because I was dreaming. But this card, it was the same company, the same name, same everything. But one was a Visa and one was a MasterCard. And when the guy didn't know his card was missing because, in my mind, because he had two of the same card. One was a Visa, one was a MasterCard, same company, different cards. So when he lost one, he never knew he had two of them. This is in my mind, in my dream. So when he lost one, he looked in his wallet. It was still there, the other one. So in his mind, he never lost his card. So when I called about the card that he lost, and they got him another card, he had left his other card also at the gas station later. And so I'm calling the credit card company in my dream to tell them what's happening. And it's like I'm waiting on hold. And while I'm waiting, my phone starts making noise. Like, it's off, but it makes noise, buzz noise. And I'm like, I'm on the phone. How's my phone making noise? I must be dreaming. So then I woke up. So my phone woke me up because I was on the phone in my dream. If I wasn't on the phone in my dream, I probably would have just kept sleeping. But I was like, wait a minute, how many phones are there around here? What's going on? The fact that I could have had two phones never occurred to me. I could be sleeping. And everybody said I was crazy. Yeah. Anyway, that all happened. That's how I woke up today. Go Edmar. Yeah, Edmar was a good guy. I hung out with him a few times. We were waiting for the same flight together. I guess we were in Vegas, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we were in Vegas. I think so. Almost missed the flight because we were talking about nonsense. And he was like, our flight's boarding. I'm like, it is? What? Yeah. All right, thanks for watching, Mark. I guess Karen took a nap. And I'll raid somebody, but I don't know who. Yeah. Now that's what happened with the credit card. That is true. No. I guess it's you. Gotta read somebody. Yeah. All right. See you guys tomorrow. Don't forget my class. It's on Roman Gingerashvili. Rawr. And also don't forget